we can talk.
Can I, the presentation, I just do with this?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thanks. I wait for there then. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Does the microphone work? Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, welcome, first of all, to CETE-P, our Center for Environmental and Technology Ethics here in Prague. This is the context in which we organize this workshop. And yeah, it's a center that is funded by European money. It's a European project to bring together these two fields and also to here have some more connection with the international research in this field. So what we're going to do today is talk a bit in different ways about how to do that, how to connect the environmental ethics and technology ethics, to discuss what kind of directions this could take. Before we start, let me first say something about that. So I think we are in a kind of period of perceived crisis in various domains, and of course both environmental and technology is part of that. I think about the climate crisis, but also energy crisis, and all kind of economical problems related to that. Sometimes Anthropocene is a word that is used to discuss this intersection of technology and ethics. And we have also today, of course, talks that touch upon this. Now, when we started this center here, it was important for us to try to bring together two fields that often are unconnected. I saw this also in my own research. Often the environmental philosophers don't talk to the people thinking about technology. So that's really something we want to change. And yeah, how to do that? Well, I think there are some obvious links. Of course, there is the impact of technology on the environment. For example, the impact of technologies like AI and other digital technologies on climate change. There's also, yeah, technology is a way of relating to nature, a particular way of relating to nature. One can discuss this, for example, by using people like Heidegger and Latour. Yeah, the theme can also be explored in a sense of thinking about like how can we think about more relational ways, both about environment and technology. And the question is also what is responsibility for the planet? What does that mean? Again, that's a way to bring together these environmental and technological questions. For example, when we ask about future generations. And of course, then also when one develops arguments and theory in this area, we need to think what does it mean for technology development, for technological innovation, for the governance of technologies also. So these are just some areas. In my own work, I focused on more on moral status, also on how to relate to the environment, for example, in my book Environmental Skill. And in the recent work, for example, in Green Leviathan, I have thought about this planetary dimension and what that means in the light of AI and the value of freedom. Today in the workshop we will have some of the themes I already mentioned. We will have Anthropocene, climate change, thinking about animals. I think there will be also interest in relational ontologies, and it's in any case an area that could be further developed. Responsible innovation, sustainability, the governance, as I said, about both digital and environmental. Some speak about, for example, the twin transition, that we have the transition of both this environmental governance and the digital, and then, yeah, in all these discussions about how to relate to nature through technology, we also can put that in the context of discussions about modernity and what does it mean then to think in a non-modern way or to live in a non-modern way or less modern way. Because I think we are necessarily all over the planet suffused with the modern thinking, but can we do it different, to what extent? And I think that's also a very interesting question. So I won't take up more time because I'm very curious about the keynotes and the other speeches. Let me go ahead immediately to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Vincent Blok. Vincent is a Dutch philosopher of philosophy. Know him already for quite a while in the philosophy of technology context, both in the Netherlands and internationally. He is a professor at Wageningen University and scientific director of the 4TU Center of Ethics of Technology, which is a collaboration of 4 technical universities in the Netherlands. He is also someone who has some experience outside academia. He was CEO of an international research institute on sustainable agriculture, nutrition and healthcare. And with his team, he reflects on the meaning of disruptive technologies for the human condition and its environment from a continental philosophy perspective. His books include Heidegger and the Poetics of the Anthropocene, The Critique of Management, From World to Earth, and many articles, of course, also in journals like Environmental Values and Philosophy and Technology. I won't say more about your speech, Vincent. I leave the word to you. Please take the floor.
So thank you, Mark, for the kind words and for having me here. It's of course great to talk about the intersection between philosophy of technology and environmental philosophy, or slash. I move to the microphone. Yeah. I'm very happy that I can talk today about the intersection between philosophy of technology and environmental philosophy, but because this is really a field that is disconnected till now. There seems to be a type of technophilia in the area of philosophy of technology. Technology will save the planet and all that kind of things, while in environmental philosophy and environmental ethics, there seems to be sometimes a tendency towards technophobia, that technology only is the problem. And I think that both are in a way wrong, and that we have to come up with fruitful discussions between the various domains. So that is also what I would like to do today. And I want to talk about a particular type, or maybe even paradigm, of new technology development, which is called biomimetics, biomimetic technology, because this type of technology assumes or has the ideal to contribute to a sustainable future. So it is interesting as a case to think about this, and also to discuss it in light of more philosophical questions about the anthropology, what is the role of technology in the human condition, what is the role of mimesis or mimetics in the human condition. So that will be the topic of my talk. But first, for those who never heard of biomimetics, it's a super sexy topic that everybody loves. So you can imagine there are all kinds of natural phenomena, like how the hell is it possible that a gecko can climb the wall and can walk on the ceiling? Can we now, at the molecular level or at the surface level of this gecko, can we now see and look at how did evolution did the trick. How did evolution create this animal that is able to do this? And can we then mimic, can we imitate in a way this natural technology in such a way that we can have artificial applications, what is sometimes called gecko tape, for instance, or climbing the wall with something that is comparable. Now this is, of course, a fun example, and that is not necessarily sustainable yet, but you can also think of more sophisticated things that we are working on in Wageningen together with the University of Twente. We have a great natural energy system, which is called photosynthesis. And it is not really efficient, the natural photosynthesis, but that's not the problem. But is it now possible to say, what is the way that nature engages in photosynthesis practices and provides a regenerative energy system? Is it now possible to mimic, to imitate these type of natural technologies in artificial photosynthesis? And is then the claim that in the future, if that is possible, and that is the technical side is what the people in Twente are working on, and we are doing the philosophy and the ethics of this technology, is it then possible to have in the future a regenerative, decentralized energy system that we can use also in the built environment? So these are the sexy examples of what this idea about biomimicry might entail. And this is important, I guess, to consider as a potential way forward in technology, because technology is normally seen as part of the problem of the Anthropocene, or part of the problem of climate change. If you look at the Industrial Revolution, since the Industrial Revolution you see a steep increase in CO2 emissions, and you see a steep increase of the use of technologies. So it is not too controversial to say climate change has something to do with technologies. So maybe technology is the problem. And is it then possible to change this notion of technology and use another paradigm? The founding mother of biomimicry, she, for instance, argues that biomimetics involves a complete new industrial revolution to study the design of natural ecosystems and mimic them in biomimetic technological designs that can claim to be sustainable. And she's not looking at, you don't have to look only at the level of photosynthesis, but you can also derive particular principles in nature. For instance, what these idealists in biomimicry argue for is that they say nature as such has the tendency to run on sunlight. Nature has the tendency not to produce waste, and nature has the tendency to build on diversity. And this is the problem that we have with our technologies that are mainly exploiting the biosphere. And then biomimicry is then the idea that we have to mimic these type of principles in technological design. Now, if you, in a way, argue, and then it becomes more philosophically interesting, in a way, if you want to think about the possibility of biomimetics, then you have to assume a sort of continuity between nature and technology. Because we have then a regenerative nature working on these type of principles like nature runs on sunlight, and it is possible to imitate this natural design in technological design, for instance, artificial photosynthesis. So there is then an assumption of a continuity between nature and technology, and then the question is, of course, if technology is on the one hand the problem because we exploit the biosphere, and is on the other hand the solution, then the question is, what explains the difference between the two? So that brings me to a second assumption or point that I want to connect it with, namely the idea that primarily the human is seen as the mimetic animal. And we are all humans. We all know when we were young, we were mimicking our parents. We are currently mimicking our peers. So the human is primarily the mimicking agent. So the idea is that in a way this mimicry has to do with the human condition. So that means that the human is maybe a potential explanatory factor that can explain why technology is currently part of the problem, but in the future might be part of the solution. Now, it is striking that in contemporary philosophy of technology, this idea of mimesis as human condition is not considered. For instance, Bernard Stiegler, he is focusing on technology as the human condition and as the condition that makes the human, so to speak, while the nature of mimesis is absent in his work. And at the same time, if you look at contemporary debates in philosophical anthropology, then mimesis is all over the place, the homo mimeticus, so to speak, while technology is not that present in these debates. And you can imagine why, because normally technology is seen as part of the object instead of the subject, as I learned from a previous book by Mark. But at the same time, that is not an idea that we can embrace anymore, because in the current age, technology is all over the place and is co-constituting us as human animals as well. So then the question is mimesis a subtype of technology, or is technology a subtype of mimesis, and how is it related to the human condition? And for me, this is not only a theoretical exercise, but it helps me to think about how technology can contribute to save the planet, as the main topic of this workshop is. So I want to do a few things in my talk. First, I would like to reflect a little bit of the possibility, on the possibility of a continuity between technology and mimesis. So the idea that both are identical. Then I would like to explore the possibility that they are opposed to each other. And third, I would like to present a possible concept of mimesis that can help us. And start the hypothesis and argue for the hypothesis that, mimesis has to be seen as the human condition and provides this explanatory factor that can help us to understand how technology can save the planet. So that's the program of the rest of the lecture that I have in mind. Now, the logical place to be, or to look for mimesis is, of course, Aristotle in his Poetics, but mainly, in my view, the most important work in philosophical history is the Physics of Aristotle. There he already introduces this notion of techne, to understand the difference between technology and nature, because the book is about nature. And there he says that all technology is an imitation or mimicry or mimesis of nature. Either it is the case that technology is imitating what nature accomplished itself, or it is perfecting what nature is not able to produce itself. Think of the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa is not a natural phenomenon, and then art is a mimesis that is then perfecting what nature cannot make. Now, you can imagine that this raises already a huge problem if we take this idea serious, because if all technology is mimetic, then there is no distinction between mimetic technologies and non-mimetic technologies. Every technology is mimetic, and then we have a problem to understand what is the explanatory factor of potential sustainable technologies. So in a way, we are looking for a concept of mimesis as understanding of future understanding of technologies that is not completely identical or identifying technology in this way. So the other extreme, and this is of course all for rhetoric reasons, that I start with this movement of first identifying the two and then opposing the two. A second place to go for our understanding of mimesis as understanding of technology, but also the human condition, is of course Rousseau. Because in his discourse on the origin of inequality, Rousseau argues that mimesis and technology are mutually exclusive. For him, the original humanity is characterized by mimesis, the imitation of animals, that is what he is talking about, while technology is mainly seen as deviation from this natural original state. So the human is originally not technological, but it's mimetic. And technology is then not essential for being a human. It's not part of the human condition, but it's an accident that comes outside, from outside of it. And this is great, you can argue, because based on Rousseau, you can say that you can imagine why imitation is not yet manipulation. So here we have a potential entry point for an understanding of the difference between technology that is manipulating, that is exploiting the earth, and mimesis that is not yet manipulation. In the original natural human state, the human imitates and is not engaged with technology yet. So the question is, does this distinction between mimesis and technology can inspire our understanding of biomimetics, technologies as regenerative, sustainable design that can save the planet? According to Rousseau, technology is denaturalization. He's talking about drugs, medication, tool use, and this leads to the technological or technical conditioned human. So technology is something that comes from outside and is a deviation, is a violation of this natural state. So if you take this idea serious of the opposition between technology and mimesis, technology and nature state, then you have to argue that both are mutually exclusive, because then technology in itself is something that is violating the natural state, that is violating the mimetic nature of human being in its original state, and that would then mean that the whole idea of a biomimetic technology is a contradiction in terms. So, in this regard, if we are interested in a progressive understanding of mimetic technologies that can save the planet in the future, we on the one hand have to reject a complete continuity between nature and technology, or mimesis and technology, and on the other hand we also have to reject a complete opposition between the two, because otherwise we will never find a way out here. So a third step then is to try to think about what we mean with mimesis and whether we can find a way that is beyond the pure identification or opposition between technology and mimesis. And it is, so I also, as a sort of other love besides philosophy, is art and literature. And it's very interesting that mimesis is a concept that is much more discussed in the whole aesthetics literature where we can build on, because also we as philosophers of technology, for instance, can learn from that. And the idea is that a mimesis is not necessarily an imitation of a natural given. For instance, you see here Mary with baby Jesus and two others, children, and it doesn't make sense for this work of art to imitate the real Mary who is in the natural environment, like a tragedy by Aeschylus is not just describing a personal tragedy of an individual person, but it's articulating, it's revealing something which is universal, something that is essential, for instance, the tragedy of life. Or in this case, it is the revealing of the woman, not a woman, it's the Holy Mother. So in a way, mimesis is not also in the, for instance, in art history, it is not only a description or a pure imitation of reality, but it's first of all the revealing of something which is universal, underlying an underlying pattern, underlying this the natural experience. And the same can then be said, and in parallel, that if we have principles of nature like nature is running on sunlight or doesn't produce waste, is not something that we describe by looking inductively to many different instances of natural environment, but it's a sort of principle that we reveal by this mimetic act. And then we can say that that mimesis is not mimicking in the sense of imitating something, but is primarily, that's then the first meaning of mimesis, revealing something. And this, what is revealed, for instance, the Mona Lisa or the Holy Mother or the principle of nature, is not looking like necessarily the original where it's derived from. It's a supplement, it's something that is added, a surplus, that is then called this principle. And that is revealed by the mimicking act. So that is what I call here eidetic mimesis, which is not an imitation, merely mere imitation, but it is revealing a principle in nature. Now this idols, this principle, is then mimicked in our case, not in the Mona Lisa, but it's mimicked in technological design. And I give here an example. Maybe you're familiar with it. This is a termite mound, and it's really a great natural design and natural architecture because it has a natural cooling system. Because they are built in very hot areas, and in a way, even when they are in the open, they have a sort of system that enables that they are not overheated. And what is now happening in biomimetic technological design is that we can say, okay, this is a natural air conditioning. And can we now mimic this natural air conditioning in technological design in such a way that we have a natural-based air conditioning system which, for instance, doesn't use a lot of energy. And that is what is depicted here. This is the technological mimesis of the termite mound. And the interesting thing is that, this is an example, this is not only on the drawing table, there are actual instances of these type of applications of biomimetic design in order to achieve sustainability. Now, if we have a supplementarity in the eidetic mimesis, the first one that I mentioned, because the principle doesn't look like necessarily the origin where it comes from, the same can be said about the technological mimesis. In first instance, because we only mimic the principle of this termite mound and not the singularity of the individual design. So it doesn't look like the individual termite mound, but it's different. It is a surplus or a supplement in this regard. The second, and maybe that is tricky to say here, it can be wrong. For instance, you can mimic a principle that turns out to be not a principle at all. And that's also what is here the case, because relatively recent, after many of these buildings were built, it turned out that the natural design of the termite mound cannot be explained as an air conditioning system. So this is a mimesis of something that is untrue, while it works as an air conditioning system. So here we see that mimesis is not necessarily a continuity or an opposition, but mimesis is supplementing something, it's adding something which is deviating from the original, and at the same time we can say it is revealing something, it is... Now the third, and that's what I call the hermeneutic mimesis, is that in this case it is necessary that you as an audience, but also as the one who is living in the city where this is built, that you recognize this as natural design. So if it's just a building like any other building, then yeah, you wouldn't say that it's a supplement, that it's mimetic, that it's natural design, or that it's sustainable in this regard. So it's important that it's not only by design imitating nature, but it's also recognized as such. In this regard, it's a relational phenomenon, because I give here in purpose this example of the butterfly with an eye on its wing. It is completely irrelevant whether it is the intention of the butterfly to have an eye on its wing. It's very important that the predator sees it as an eye and thinks, oh my goodness, I will leave this animal because it's ugly and it will kill me. So in this regard, seeing something as an eye, seeing something as natural, is not only an eidetic mimesis, not only a technological mimesis, but also an hermeneutic mimesis, I would say. How am I doing with time? Okay. Oh, okay. I will stop quickly. Soon, I have to say. So the point I want to make with this exploration of an alternative conceptualization of mimesis as supplement is that we can use the notion of mimesis without assuming a complete identification between nature and technology, or mimesis and technology, or a complete opposition. That is the potential advantage that we have with such a more difficult or more sophisticated understanding. So let's return now to the question, how is this notion of mimesis as supplementarity, how can we connect this with the human condition, the human as the mimicking animal, because we are looking for the explanatory factor that explains why and how people can engage in sustainable mimetic technologies. Rousseau's idea is that original humanity is mimetic, while technological humanity is a deviation from that. And this leads Bernard Stiegler, I will say some nasty words about him, but he's a great philosopher. If you don't know his work, you have to definitely read it. So that's a sort of disclaimer up front. Stiegler then argues that the idea of original humanity is a purely interior. So he is talking about the human, the natural original human as completely interior, and then that technology consists in the exteriorization. And he then criticizes Rousseau's distinction between the natural human and the technological human because, according to Stiegler, technological exteriorization is constitutive for the human being as such, for the human condition as such. That means that for Stiegler, technology is the human condition, and that receives priority over mimesis as human condition. And the reason is, for him, that the original human is not yet the human as we know it, because this human is only constituted for the first time in the technical exteriorization. But is it true that original mimetic humanity is purely interior, as Stiegler argues? We can also think about Rousseau's idea about mimesis as not implying this interiority. Mimesis, as human condition, presupposes already an exteriority as only a doubling, the doubling between the original and the copy, the interior and the exterior, makes mimesis possible. And that's also what you can see if you see the picture of Raphael, for instance. If the picture of Raphael would be completely interior, that means it perfectly mimics the real Maria, then it wouldn't have made sense to have a look at the picture anymore. It is because there is a difference between the two that you are interested in the mimetic capacity of art, for instance. So that means that it is not necessary that technology is exteriorizing the human condition, because the original humanity as mimetic being presupposes already such an exteriority, which therefore doesn't have to be produced by technology anymore, as Stiegler argues. Now, where does this exteriority then come from if it's not technology? I would say that our concept of supplementarity already suffices to understand that this supplementarity involves both the original and the copy, both the interior and the exterior, both origin and mimetic design. Even kijken. So then we return to the question how the supplementarity of mimesis is related to the human condition. And then I come to a close also. Rousseau speaks about the natural human, and that human is then imitating animals. That is the original state of humans is the human that is imitating animals, for instance. So that means that the animal functions as a model for the human, and that its supplementary mimesis of this animal as a model constitutes the human identity for him. Now, Rousseau argues that the human, in contrast with animals, is able to deviate from the model. And so he gives the example. I'm not sure whether you read Rousseau's work, but like Stiegler, it's really great. You have to do that. It's even very easy to read. But he gives the example of a pigeon. And he then says, yeah, if a pigeon is starving to death, but next to the pigeon there's a cat eating meat, then the pigeon will never mimic the cat by eating the meat. The pigeon will die because it will always remain in its own orientation. It cannot extend, it cannot deviate from its own natural tendencies. And that is the difference between humans. If we are starving to death and we see a pigeon eat, or a cat eating something, then we mimic the cat, or we mimic the pigeon, and that means that we are not oppressed by the model of nature that is underlying our behavior, but that we can deviate. So the human is different for him than other animals because it is a mimetic animal, so it's supplementary, but it's also deviating from others. And this freedom, in this regard, the human being is free, contrary to other animals, and this freedom then consists in the ability to deviate from its own tendencies and to mimic the pigeon in this case, and that is not the case with the pigeon itself. And this brings me to an interesting thing for sustainable technologies, because he then introduces two types of human deviation. In case you are starving to death and you mimic a pigeon or a cat eating meat, that is not unnatural according to him, because you are in alignment with nature by doing that. So that's a deviation that is the freedom of humans that is positive according to him. But there's also a negative deviation that is possible that leads to sickness and death, drugs, tools, etc. So that's the type of deviation that leads in the end to the technological constitution of the human according to him. So in a way, we have we cannot adopt everything that Rousseau is saying here, because he, as I introduced earlier, is opposing mimesis and technology as nature and technology, while we have shown that this is not the way forward. We can at least say that all mimesis is supplementary, and we can distinguish then between negative mimetic deviation that brings sickness and death. In our case, it kills the planet, and positive mimetic deviation that serves life, for instance, serves health, when I mimic a cat by eating food. This negative deviation is not necessarily connected with technology, nor is this positive deviation not necessarily connected with the natural state that excludes technology. So it is possible to connect this supplementarity and deviation that I introduce as the human condition with technological design. The only thing is that there are some technologies that deviate in line with nature and some that deviate not in line with nature. So my hypothesis is that in this regard, we can use this concept of positive mimetic deviation as a conceptualization of what we mean with sustainable mimetic technological design, for instance, regenerative technological design, versus negative mimetic deviation that corrupts nature, that exploits nature. So in this regard, the question, can technology save the planet? And if we look at the paradigm of biomimetic design, I would say it is this conceptuality of positive and negative deviation that can help us to identify what are the strategies that are progressive and which are not. As said, negative mimetic deviation is not only connected with technology, consumer behavior, or things that we know as the libidinal economy are also deviating and have not necessary to do with technology, but are disrupting the planet, while positive mimetic deviation does not exclude technology, because all mimesis is supplementary and deviates from the original, and it is possible to have technologies that are contributing to the natural development and are regenerative. I thank you very much for your attention. I am just talking here, but I'm dependent on a large team that is also working on this and all that other type of topics that inspire me. So that is why I thank them also for their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, for this interesting and inspiring talk. We will have discussion. Thanks for the interesting and inspiring talk. We will have discussion immediately after the comments from Martin Ritter. So we will always have the format in this workshop that someone comments on these speeches in order to kick off the discussion. Martin, please.
Okay, thanks. Good morning to you all. And thanks to you, Vincent, for this wonderful talk and very inspiring topic. I want to make it short, make it brief, my response, to just as a preparation for your questions. First of all, I would say that I fully agree that the relation between humans and nature regarding technology is an essential topic. We should focus on this topic on how humans relate to nature with regard to technology. And I think that there is not enough focus on this topic in the current philosophy of technology. So that's great that you put it on agenda. I would say that you put it again on the agenda because if you think about, for example, Marxist philosophers, it was a topic for them always, how humans relate to nature through technology. My question is more a question of clarification than a critical remark or something like that. My question basically is what exactly do we want to follow, do we need to follow, we should follow, when you say that we need to somehow follow life, that we should be mimetic, responding to life. So my question is, when you speak about biomimicry, do you think that there is such a thing as life with a big L, let's say? What would that mean, that there is life? Because it's connected to the question you mentioned many times, principles of nature. So what would this be? What are the principles of nature? Can we talk about something like that? Is not nature, for example, too contradictory to that we are not able to say that there are some principles, because we will always find some principles then contradict to those principles we thought are immanent to life, I would say. And also this is connected to the question how we get to the principles of nature. How are we able to discover something like that? And this goes to, or where I am heading with the question is to a question if we are, or if there is a possibility to have some general philosophy of biomimicry, to base a philosophy on that, or do we need to limit ourselves to mimicking singularities, like particular individual living organisms? And I think that we need to pose this question because it is connected to the challenge you want to meet here. Because can the focus on individual things, on particular living organisms, help us to solve, I would say, a global problem or a structural problem? So I see here a tension between these two possibilities. You can either focus on singularities, and then you will find singular solutions, but you probably won't be able to solve global problem. Or you can focus on the global and on life with a big L, but how to do that? So that's the question. And maybe that's all I want to say. So thanks again for inspiring talk.
Yeah, Martin, this is great. Huh? I think the last question is the most easy to answer, but it's very nice because I can now talk about metaphysics in a moment. So thank you for that opportunity. And for the ethicist on board, I'm very sorry, but he posed the question. So what is the problem with current biomimetic designs? I'm from the Netherlands, and we are famous in swimming. So what is biomimetic design? We take the skin of a shark, and we look at the molecular level of the skin of the shark and the aerodynamics or the dynamics of the shape, and we mimic that in a shark-like swim or skate suit. And that gives us an advantage at the future Olympics, and we again, in these sports, will have the golden medal. But even if the shark skin is mimicked, it is just an imitation. The swimsuit itself is not regenerative. So for instance, if the shark dies, then the skin will be regenerative, it will be part of the cycle of nature, while the swimsuit can just be synthetic. So if we limit ourselves to, or if we take inspiration from singularities, so individual natural organisms like the gecko or the shark, then there is a huge risk that we just imitate a form or a function which is then not necessarily intrinsically sustainable or regenerative. So that is the reason why I am more interested in principles than in... and then, of course, the question is, yeah, what the hell? Nature runs on sunlight. Is that not a ridiculous principle of nature? And that brings then to the metaphysics. So the biologists like Janine Benyus and all these people from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation that is really in this area, they talk about principles like waste, building on diversity and that kind of things. While I think that we have to also, accompanying this more anthropological question, to raise the metaphysical question, what is in fact then the materiality of nature that in a way enables natural entities to emerge? Is there something like life, and how do we define it, and can we take this as an example? And why this example? We can also become a social Darwinist and then think about the competition between everything. I tend to be inspired by this notion of life as it is, for instance, developed by Capra and these systems thinkers, because you can say that in a way materiality, material entities have the tendency to become an identity, become a self, and that holds for you. And you don't want to die, but also in a way you could say, from an, if you allow me to have a little bit open discussion about materiality, you can also say that the table also has the tendency to stick together. Why is it the case that the table doesn't fall apart? There is a tendency to stick together. So that is one principle that you can say that you can find that constitutes an entity. And at the same time, you can also say that entities have the tendency to be responsive. Your identity is not only constituted by your own will to survive, or and that is in what Spinoza calls conativity, but also by your tendency to be responsive to others, for instance, in our talk. And this responsiveness also constitutes you as your identity. And you can also say that also in case of the table receives its meaning not only from its own sticking together in a way, but also by being responsive to you as the one who is sitting at the table, writing on it, all that kind of things. If the table would be this high, it wouldn't be a table for you. So in a way you can say that material entities have the tendency to form ecosystems, and that's not limited to only the living entities, I would argue, but it also holds for material entities. And this is the type of principles that I'm looking at. You can also look at it, you can translate what I just said easily in terms of thermodynamics, for instance, and then we have a theory that applies to the whole nature or the whole material environment. So these are the type of principles that I think that we have to consider if we talk about biomimetic technologies. And then the question you had about the methodology, that is what we will discuss if we meet each other in Twente for the workshop on phenomenology, because that is the real tricky part. I can only say a few things about that. But what is the work of a philosopher? If a philosopher tries to make sense of a principle, for instance, then from a phenomenological perspective, you say there is an interrelationality between you and your environment, and in a way, in the engagement in these type of in my engagement with you or with this ecosystem in which we are living and acting together, we can, on the one hand, can engage in this relation, and at the same time, without stepping out of it, we are no theoretical scientist, no natural scientist in this regard, we don't have an object, but we can step aside at the same time and see what are the do we have accepted already as the structure of reality when engaging with each other. For instance, three-dimensional space, chronological time, all kinds of things that we assume already before we can engage. And this is what a philosopher or what a phenomenologist is doing. Namely, on the one hand, you cannot step out of the relation, but at the same time, it is as if you are. We have a large Dutch community. Als je Paulan dwars staan op, Mark. If you dwars staan op een relatie.
Dwars staan.
Sorry.
To be more in opposition to be somehow.
So if we have a relation, you can engage fully in the relation. For instance, if you have a friend, you can love your friend, then you are fully absorbed by your relation. You can also have a sort of theoretical stance by excluding your relation with it, and you can, in a way, in this relation, try to step outside of it without losing the connection. That's, I can say more about this, but that is the way that a philosopher or a phenomenologist try to make sense of the reality or the world that he or she is already engaged in. Hope this helped for now. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Vincent, for Yes, now the floor is open. I have to go again to the microphone. The floor is open for questions from the audience. Yes, please.
I will just bring the microphones.
Okay, to the person who asked the question, yes. And you can reply.
Yeah.
So who was first?
My name is Andreas Weber. Thank you so much for that intriguing talk. And I wonder if not the use of the term nature is the elephant in the room here. And I connect this question with a termite mound, which you showed, and which you also commented as actually not being a cooling system, a ventilation system. So this goes back to the work of Scott Gilbert, who is deeply into termites. And actually the termite mound is part of the extended organism. So this object of the house of the termites is the termites. That is what he is trying to show. And so there's actually not a real differentiation between agents recreating their aliveness and the mechanical objects which are implied in this. And I think the same is valid for, or this viewpoint should apply to what we think about nature, because nature, if we use it as a term, is always a big object with certain features. And what I would suggest is to deconstruct this term with the help of the termite mound into something much more processual and even perspectival from the perspective of selves trying to reconstitute, to reconstruct themselves. So I would say it is maybe better to say nature is a process of creating identities through transformation. And if we do this, then all these terms you use become a slightly different twist, because we don't have to somehow arrange objects. Agents in this process of distributed identities through transformations are always recreating themselves. So this mimetic activity becomes a profound part of that which we before perceived as objects. So that is a little bit the way I'd suggest, and I'd like to hear what you think of it.
So I thank you very much for this remark. I will look at this work by Gilbert then, because it's also a fun example that I just used, and I was not aware of this work, to be honest. I think that we are fully on the same page if it comes to nature as object and what I described in my response to Martin as an principles of nature, because indeed the principles of nature as running on sunlight takes nature as indeed a sort of big object, deriving then principles from it, while I think that if you look at nature from an ecosystem perspective or the perspective of life as metabolic system, then you see already, you highlight this processual nature of emerging interrelations between objects or agents and their environment. And then indeed the termite mound is the extension or the extended phenotype, so to speak, of the termite itself. And I think that this is also what I try to indicate in terms like tendency processes of sticking together. That is then in the metaphysical terms conativity, responsiveness, because then you have this ecosystem type of thinking like a cell or like an organ and like an organism, and these are all kinds of nested systems. At the same time, and that allows me to say one thing, there is of course currently a huge popularity of this relational ontologies in which the identity of an agent is completely derived from its interrelations. Like in post-humanism, for instance, that is really something that is embraced. While at the same time, I am also still a classical philosopher in the sense that I like to raise existential questions about the singularity of human existence, for instance, and that makes me hesitant then to take on this post-humanist perspective completely. So that's my only remark, that I fully agree with what you said about how we have to conceive nature. But at the same time, I hope to leave room for notions like singularity, existence, etc. But that is just a minor detail in the...
Thank you.
I'm Erik trying to relate what you are saying and what you said about Rousseau and Stigler related to premises of biocentrism and anthropocentrism. It seems to me that Rousseau was on, it seems to me sure, on the biocentric premise in his ethical approach, as opposed to this Stigler, which, you know, whom I don't know at all, but you yourself said he was opposed, or he's opposed to Rousseau. So it seems to me that Stigler is on the anthropocentric, as opposed to Rousseau, premise. How about you? I'm not sure. You many times said to save the planet, not to disrupt the planet, not to exploit the planet. Are you, or do you see yourself on the biocentric or on the anthropocentric premise? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not sure this is just for the people who are interested in Stigler. I'm not sure on the one hand whether he would say that he is an anthropocentrist in this debate. I believe, and that's a little bit critical about him, that, and that's the problem with all the French philosophers. Sorry, there are some French here. Sorry, not all the French philosophers, but some of my colleagues. But that starts with Levinas, for instance. That is with Lacan, and that's also with Stigler. That in a way, in their education, Freud became a sort of major figure, And that's why they have a sort of anthropological, psychological interest. So if Stiegler is talking about interiorization, it's about psychological interiorization. The German philosophers, like Heidegger, they never read Freud, I guess, and they are interested in the world. So if we are talking about being in the world, it's not about being in the psychological world, and that is sometimes the flavor that you get from Stiegler, that this world that he is talking about is it's a psychological world. So that is why I think that he has an anthropological interest, mainly, like Levinas, although he had an ontology, he has, in an ethical sense, he has an... And I think that, that I am more in this German philosophical tradition of being interested in both the human condition, but the human condition in relation to the world and the earth as biosphere. So that is with regard to the first point. And then the question is, what is my position, whether I'm an anthropocentrist or a biocentrist? I think that this opposition is not valid anymore, precisely because of the previous speaker. There is something like interrelationality. You are not yourself, but you are only in relation to the environment. So there is no room for a pure biocentered position, nor an anthropocentric position, I would say. And maybe one fun argument, that's not only fun, why I think that it's a pity if we kill the planet, and that is derived from Clive Hamilton. He says, it would be really a pity, of course, if we die. Because there is a vast universe with enormous amounts of planets. And then, if we are not there, and if life is not there anymore, then there is no distinction anymore between this planet and all the other planets. So also the planet Earth has an advantage of giving room for life, for us, because it makes also this planet unique in comparison with all the other planets. And maybe that provides a sort of argument why we should save the planet without ending up in a little bit, I don't like this opposition, yeah, the planet doesn't care, you are only caring for yourself, so if you want to save the planet, you are in the end just an anthropocentrist. I don't buy that argument. I think that is a little bit too easy, and that's why I bring then this fun argument as a potential alternative.
Yeah, one problem with the fun argument is, of course, from which point of view? Is it the point of view of some kind of divine being that sees all the planets, or some kind of superhuman that looks from the cosmos down and so on?
Yeah, yeah. No, it is a fun argument, because if there's nobody else, yeah, of course nobody cares, and that you cannot have like this theoretical physicist that was on Zomer. We are not in the Netherlands at the moment. We had a famous Dutch program this summer with a large interview with a Belgian natural theorist, and he talked about biophilia of the universe, the idea that there is something in the universe that appreciates to give rise to life. Now, I don't buy that argument, but that life makes this planet unique in the vast amount of the universe. That is what I give it for your thought.
Thank you, Vincent. Let me quickly insert my own two less fun comments. One is like, where does mimesis stop? Because I found when you gave the example of the cat, that it is mimesis when I eat something that I kind of imitate a cat. I think that looks like maybe going too far, because I'm just responding to my own needs as a biological being, or I'm just living, basically. So is that still mimesis? So where is the border in general of your mimesis concept? Because it gets very tempting to see everywhere mimesis where maybe there is also not mimesis. The second one, it was when I heard we have to take aesthetics as a source of inspiration. I agree with you, but what kind of aesthetics? Because a lot of your examples were about form, seeing the principle behind the form or the pattern behind the form. that's a particular kind of aesthetics which is distant. I look at something and so on. And there's also, of course, mimesis of behavior, of indeed transformation, of performance, I would use that word. So, yeah, how do you see that? So I agree with you that
yeah.
aesthetics is a
yeah.
great source here,
yeah.
but I would say let's also look at maybe different kind of aesthetics.
Yeah. Yeah, so great remarks. So the assumption is a little bit, of course, that in a way, if mimesis is the human condition, that you can understand all human behavior as either mimesis or deviation from mimesis. And that brings us to questions about creativity. Is the human creative? Is it really the case that humans invent something completely new to the world? Or is it always the case that every invention is intended as a mimesis, and that can be deviating? It can, it's possible that you don't succeed. With regard to the cat, yeah, so where does it stop? In a way, for instance, I'm working at an agricultural university and life science university. You can say that doing agriculture is mimicking the natural process of growing food, while at the same time, in the highly technological or high-tech agriculture that we are working at, it is completely a deviation from this mimesis. But the question is, can we still see it as a deviating mimesis that is then not in line with the natural regenerative design of natural mimesis? And is that sufficient to understand it? But that is... Yeah. And then, yeah, even more important, there is indeed a risk of using the Mona Lisa or Mother Mary at the picture here, because that is indeed as if nature is an object in front of us, while, for instance, if we look at mimicking behavior or music, for instance, that already introduced these things like processes and that kind of things. I fully agree that this is the type of aesthetics or examples that we have to consider as well, but it's also for practical reasons that you're not sure to what extent people are familiar with this topic, that it is also easy to take these type of examples. But you're completely right, so thank you for that. Yeah.
There was the question there, the last question.
Thank you very much. So I'm Laes from the Institute of Philosophy, and I was very surprised that you took Rousseau as a framework for designing this talk, because if you look at his time, so what did they know about biology? Almost nothing. So it was totally a very elementary, very primitive, very pre-scientific biology. No evolution, no molecular biology, nothing. And what did he know about technology? Only mechanical technology, so no electricity, etc. And now you are living in a very naive world where you can say that nature doesn't produce waste. But oxygen is a waste, of course. So you had these anaerobic bacteria which polluted the planet with oxygen, and they then had to hide into us as mitochondria and into the plants as chloroplasts. So basically, we are the second generation, and if we pollute our planet, then will be a third generation of life, where we will be maybe some mitochondria inside of some bigger organism or something like that. So I think this naive biology that nature makes no waste doesn't work. And also with technology. So with electrodynamics, with Maxwell, starts a new era, because in nature you don't have electromagnetic waves. Never. So only maybe a thunder, there is something, but because you have to really create electric current, etc. So it's a very complicated thing to make. And so electromagnetic technology, so radio waves, telephone, etc., are not mimicking anything. They are invented by human and mimicking. So technology since Hertz, 1880, is out of the mimicking metaphor. So basically, we are not speaking about modern technology and not speaking about modern biology, but okay, Rousseau is nice and funny.
Yeah. So that is a killing argument. I'm almost dead. But thank you for that, because we are, as philosophers, we're in love with the truth. So if you're right, then you shouldn't have invited me to talk here. But so give me, I'm always almost lying on the floor, I'm almost dead, but I give it a try. First, philosophers, philosophy is about reflection about theories, and then, that's at least how I see philosophy, is using these theories and reflect on them in new context in order to advance the theory itself. So I am, for me, completely legitimized to use Aristotle or Plato or Rousseau as a theoretical framework because he is using the notion of mimesis. That is the reason why he is my entry point, and apply it in a new context, namely modern technologies. And not only in naive technology, naive or romantic windmill type of technologies, like Heidegger did, for instance. So that is why I think it is not a problem to use a theory from an old theory in the current situation. But you're right, it should then also take this new context into account. Now I feel a little bit safe because, for instance, a famous philosopher like Peter Sloterdijk, he is not talking about biomimicry, but he is talking about homeotechnology. That means, instead, he opposed it to the old-fashioned technology. There were allotechnologies, so technologies that are opposed to nature, and homeotechnology is that they are the same as nature. And then he uses examples, maybe not your example, but he uses examples like genetic modification. He argues, nature runs by variation and selection. We, as scientists and technologists, we know how this structure works, and we can, for instance, in synthetic biology, we can mimic, I would say, we can mimic the way nature designs it makes its own designs in the course of evolution. So in this regard, I would say that mimicking and mimicry is something that is central in the laboratory of synthetic biologists, for instance. And in this way, you cannot say that easy that it is an old-fashioned or that it's not, I would say. Then the last point, it's a famous and good argument. Hey, what a bullshit you are talking about. Oxygen is waste. So and it's very good that you raised this point. I don't want to I don't agree with the people who say that the principles of nature are a normative principle in the sense that we should follow them because they are natural. Because you're right, the nature has the tendency to run on sunlight, but it also, that doesn't mean that it is not wasting or something like that. But we can take inspiration of examples of cases of technological or natural technologies that do not produce waste, that run on sunlight for our technological design, without claiming that it's a principle that complies to the whole of nature, because you're right, there are many pollutions, there is survival of the fittest in nature as well. So we shouldn't have a romantic view on nature in this regard. And it's maybe I was not clear about that, but thanks to your question, I can add this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. We have now a short coffee break, but before that, some practical announcements.
Hello everyone, I'm Peter Urban, project coordinator of CETE-P, and I have some dry housekeeping information for you. So first of all, maybe you wonder whether there is a Wi-Fi here. So there is. The name of the Wi-Fi network which you can connect is AKC-guest, and the password is seminar, written with the upper letter S. Second, we would love to inform you that, as you can see here, this reminds a bit TV studio, and the reason is that we are live streaming to YouTube, which also includes the fact that actually the privacy of being here is sort of violated. So in case you have any issue and you are not fine with being live streamed, so please let us know. And second, this is something for the speakers speakers mainly, we want to keep the records of all the presentations and to archive them and have them on our website. So just let us know if you are not fine with that, and we will somehow manage. And there will be some photos, obviously, taken in this space. So please be aware of that. Now the more pleasant part, which is there are coffee breaks. The one is
Morning, everyone. I'm Uri. I'm one of the local CETE-P people. I'm going to be chairing this session, for which we have 3 contributed papers. And we're going to start with postdoctoral researcher from the same group as Vincent from Wageningen. And Paulan Korenhof is going to be talking about the digital twins, and what does it mean for us.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm honored to be here. So I'm Paulan Korenhof. Until I think 3 or 4 days ago, I was a postdoc researcher with Vincent Blok at the philosophy group in Wageningen. And since the 1st of September, I'm working in a tenure track at the environmental policy department. Same university, 2 floors down, and we will still be working together. Oh, sorry, I need to get closer to the microphone. Yeah, is this good? So I will be talking here in this presentation about the research I did on digital twins. Part of this research is about the question, how are we to understand digital twins philosophically? What issues of power and representation come with them? And what are their implications? This was a 3-year-long postdoc project. I did it with Vincent Blok and Sanneke Kloppenburg for the majority of the time. And the focus was on the digital twins that were important for Wageningen University. Those were digital twins in the life sciences and earth system sciences. So, can I see some hands? Did anyone already hear of digital twins? Is it a familiar concept? I see some hands, but also I'll roughly give some ideas about the idea behind it, and then during the presentation I give more pieces of information, so I hope by the end it's clear, to the extent that it can be clear, what a digital twin can be or is. So one of the first conceptualizations of digital twins are by Stargell and Glaesgen in 2012. Those were digital twins of airplanes, and they conceptualized a digital twin as an integrated multi-physics, multi-scale probabilistic simulation of an as-built vehicle or system that uses the best available physical models, sensor updates, fleet history to mirror the life of its corresponding twin. The digital twin is ultra-realistic. So the idea of the digital twin is, as I like to describe it, a kind of a model on steroids. It's real life, it's connected to a particular physical entity or system. It's the idea that it mirrors this system or physical entity towards its complete life cycle. It changes with the twin over time, and then at the same time, by offering predictions and scenarios, it can offer us affordable or, actionable information on how we can deal with then the physical twin. So don't worry, there are a lot of issues with this. I will get to them all. For this I wrote 2 papers, and some parts will come back in the presentation. It's an ongoing research. So the first of all is steering representations. I wrote that with Vincent Blok and Sanneke Kloppenburg, where we critically looked at the concept of digital twins and pulled it a bit apart and tried to figure out what kind of assumptions are behind this concept, what are the problems. We describe it as, for instance, a substitute, as Vincent already hinted at, but I will not go into that part. Another article I wrote was with Else Giesbert and Janita Sandersen, and here we looked at the data collection used for a digital twin. We interviewed digital twin designers, and we looked critically at data to figure out what choices are made for the data collection and how does the technology itself influences the data that's collected and its non-neutrality. So this all flows into the research I'm working on today, and it's on Destination Earth. This is a €150 million project of the European Commission to develop a digital twin of planet Earth, and the goal is to help us mitigate climate change. It is, in a sense, a digital twin that should help us save the planet. The question I will be discussing here is, what world does this DestinE project create when it's trying to save the planet? So for that, I first take a little step back and draw on an article by Vincent that technology produces a world. So our understanding of the world is deeply informed by our knowledge and by the technologies we use. For instance, A microscope shows what happens on a lower level. Satellites of the planet show climate from a higher perspective. Data collections allow us to get different views of the planet. And this all shapes our view. So by mediating human actions and embodying information at an ontic level, concrete technologies influence the meaning we give to the world, how we understand it and how we engage with it. So as Blok then states, technological inventions at an ontic level have an ontological impact. It constitutes a world. So I write this with a capital W to mean the ontological view of the world and not the world as concrete planet Earth. And it's our understanding of the planet we live on, the climate we live in, what it is, the different elements, and this constitutes the meaning of this concept. So our question then is, we are interested in this ontological world production by DestinE as an ontic technological invention. But what is DestinE, and how can we approach and explore a technology like this? So this is where, for me, it became quite challenging, because DestinE is a $150 million project. It's not a miniature software program that you can just analyze. So I'm trying to map DestinE, and in order to explore its world production. For this, one of the first things I did was trying to draw what this is. So DestinE is not just a software program. It's highly advanced computing based on data models, but for that you need data. For data you need sensors, you need satellites, you need data centers, you need people doing data entry, you need an infrastructure, you need protocols, you need time and money, which is a massive challenge, and it turned out in my earlier research. You need resources. You need processing power, there's a connectivity to the internet, so the infrastructure plays a massive role. You want data sets to be combined. We have developers that develop the hardware and the software, which also influences what will go into a digital twin. And then we have the output. We have an interface where users see what a digital twin presents. That gives them knowledge. But at the same time, this interface is plugged in somewhere. It's in a certain context. It has a certain locality. It's embedded in a culture, in certain values. So it's not just a software program. And technology is this massive assembly, as I will go into. So how I make sense of this is the assemblage or assembly theory. It was developed by Deleuze and Guattari. De Landa developed a bit further, and I mainly rely on the work of Tafel on the assembly theory. And the idea is to make sense of the property and the parts and how it forms a whole. So the interesting thing of the theory, what I really like about it, is that it aims to move beyond the subject-object, human technology, biological, non-biological matter, and nature-cultural dichotomy by bringing it all together in a whole. It's referring not to an isolated part or an isolated technology, but to a constitutive process that in which diverse entities come together and form a collective entity. And the assembly refers to the process as well as to the result. And here it's particularly interesting to look at the interplay between the parts and the totality. Because the parts, like a human being, can have different actions, the technology can have different characteristics, but in the assembly together, certain actions, certain relations realize and others not. And in this realization of the parts, it comes together in this bigger assembly. It's an actualization of capacities. So if I start drawing it, the drawings are still suboptimal. It's a work in progress. If we want to identify and analyze these configurative relationships that constitute a world, for me it would be a bit like this. The DestinE technology produces a world. It offers a way of acting and perceiving. I call the digital twin a world information object. It goes with infrastructures because it needs to be shown to people. It needs to have an interface. It gives rise to human knowledge. It is implemented in governance where it will play a role. I mean, DestinE is intended to be part of the Green Deal, so it will have a massive impact there. It will give rise to labor, to maintenance. It will have an impact on the economy due to creating opportunities, labor choices. It will influence social concepts, but it will also, for instance, give rise to standards and protocols for those that want to engage with this technology. However, there's something else going on. At the same time, there's a world, an idea of our idea of what our world is, that produces DestinE. So in DestinE goes ideas of a world on what such a technology should look like, the data sets, there are resources going in, labor going in, human values, assumptions, and that leads to DestinE. So this is where the drawings got really chaotic. Yeah, practicing. This is the result after 4 years of art academy. You draw stick puppets and bad circles. So on the one hand, we have the circle of human thought and action, we have the contextual embedding, and we have the technical materiality. And in this crossfire, a world is produced. But to create this crossfire, it already comes from an idea of the world. And this new world will give sense of a new crossfire of human thought, contextual embedding, and technical materiality that gives a new world. So we have this kind of looping of world and evolution of world technology ideas. And that is what, for me, makes it also a bit challenging to think about how can, if we don't like DestinE as it is now, which I will present in a bit, because I don't, how can we make it better? How can we get out of this consistent loop in which assembly over assembly makes a new world? But first, tracing DestinE. Well, I'm doing time, yeah. So DestinE is under development. It should be ready in about 2030. So I don't have that much already to go on. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will focus on the world production at the interplay of the configurative relation between policy that gave rise to DestinE, as Mark already mentioned, the twin transition, which is a pivotal part of this policy, and the technology. But with the disclaimer that all the parts can never be fully untangled, but I'm trying to trace the different elements. So the world according to DestinE, that's a world with a capital. So the birth of DestinE takes place between the twin transition of the Green Deal, that's looking for EU's sustainable future, and the digital strategy, which is looking for EU's digital future. And this is quite challenging, so I'll pick out some parts of the narratives. So the Green Deal narrative is focuses on to protect, preserve, or conserve, and enhance the EU's natural capital, and protect the health and well-being of its citizens from environmental-related risks and impacts. The transition to a sustainable Europe needs to be just and inclusive. The EU can use its influence to motivate neighbors or other countries to also work towards more sustainable goals. But also, what is an important part of the Green Deal is the need for the EU to maintain its security of supply and competitiveness when others are unwilling to act. So this is already quite an interesting narrative, where we can see that the Earth is framed as a problem for life and property of human beings, and a problem for economy, potentially the position of Europe, and the way we can live on the planet. This policy shapes the assembly that rests on this ideal framing of the world. And this ideal framing is a sustainable and self-sufficient EU with healthy and well-off citizens. Then we get to the other policy narrative, shaping Europe's digital future narrative. I was really surprised by this narrative well, I'll read it and I'm sure you'll focus what you figured out. So, European technological sovereignty is not defined against anyone else, but by focusing on the needs of Europeans and the European social model. The EU will remain open to anyone willing to play by European rules and meet European standards, regardless of where they're based. A strong and competitive economy that masters and shapes technology in a way that respects European values. A European way to digital transformation, enhance democratic values, respect fundamental rights, contributes to sustainable, climate neutral and resource efficient economy. And it strives to make Europe a global leader in the data agile economy. So I was a bit surprised by the massive amount of European values, European focus. It's really Eurocentric, the digital strategy, which makes sense, it's for Europe. But then the question starts, oh, sorry, I'll skip that. It raises the question, what will a world be if Europe and Europe's digital future plays such a strong role? But I'll delve into it a bit because I also need to briefly discuss the digital twin narrative. It's a research I did with Vincent. In all the conceptualizations, we saw that the digital twin narrative relies on a few characteristics. That's that a digital twin should offer a one-to-one representation that is as realistic and as objective as possible. It should be holistic, so it should aim to reflect all the information. It's real-time, so it should be updated consistently. It predicts future states of the physical twin, in the case of DestinE, planet Earth. And the feedback is used to steer the physical entity, planet Earth, towards certain goals. So, if we combine these three, so Earth is a threat for life, well-being, property and people, a digitally advanced society where all citizens participate and European values are embedded in the technology, and a digital twin, we get this. It's a project mainly run by the Meteor Institute and European Space Agency. It's a digital twin of planet Earth, mainly focused on climate data. Its goal is to visualize, analyze, predict and model. It's very well presented. Yes, perfect. It's used to anticipate, stimulate, understand and monitor planet Earth. And it's supposed to be a digital replica of our planet. It's presented as objective, realistic, but then obviously, but then the question is this the case? So a last element is it's supposed to be used by a diverse group of stakeholders. It's an open simulation platform with seamless fusion of real-time observations and high predictive modeling. And that works on that platform by the idea that consistently the physical space, planet Earth, is translated into a virtual replica that users can play with scenarios, predictions, and that it feeds into their choices on how to shape planet Earth, the physical space, Europe. However, as philosophers, I think we're all familiar with the fact that the map is not a territory. Choices are made, it's a representation. So it's never complete Earth that will be possible. It is, as Vincent would call it, a supplement. It offers something extra about the planet Earth. It's valuable for that. But at the same time, it's never the full planet. So always, something will always be missing. And then the question here, the ethical questions are, what entity is represented? Where does it start and stop? What is part of the entity? And what not? And why? So by digital twin, and this is also very strongly powered by the idea that we need to have that data is important for the economy, that we need to use supercomputing to show that as Europe we're digitally really well off. So it's a data-driven model, and it's complex, and the more complex, the more interesting it is, because Europe is apparently also partly looking at an excuse to use a supercomputer, and DestinE is probably the best way to do it. One of the issues here is that data is not neutral. They're made by all sorts of choices, what we put in, how we shape it, the metric we use, the format we use, the way we store it. And additionally, previous research has shown, my previous research in digital twins, that the technology here is ambivalent because it opens up options and it limits what it's forming. Scientists are quite happy to see we can collect this, so let's get the data it offers. New technologies offer new opportunities, and the opportunities are so interesting that often for digital twin use they're used before the question is asked, do we need the data? This combination leads to a representation so far. So let's be clear, the digital twin is not built, so things may change. That's for me also a reason to do the research now, because maybe we can shape a different world. So first of all, the perspective of reality is datafied. It's based on mainly empirical data and observation, and it's quite reductionist. Another aspect of this worldview that it's rather narrow. While the idea is to have as much information as as possible, it's mainly a quite disciplinary, limited approach. It's mainly weather related. For instance, I didn't see any account of toxicologists that look at PFAS, for instance, which would be really interesting, especially for the Netherlands, to have an idea of the health of citizens and the climate. No social scientists, no health scientists, so it's really weather aimed. It's quite zoomed in. It's zoomed in on Europe. So it's a digital twin of the planet. Climate covers the whole planet. And in the end, oh, I need to hurry. It's zoomed in. Additionally, it has blind spots. Waste. Where's the waste? Where's the energy use? So it is mentioned that digital technology consumes energy and leads to waste, but it's not in the model. It's not in the representation of Earth. So it looks quite clean if you look at it, if it's indeed developed without these parameters. Another issue is that because of the feedback loop and its implementation in governance, the digital twin representation is a system, and it works as a governing system. It's kind of a cybernetic system. So the input from the digital twin, or the input from Earth is fed in the digital twin, but through the glasses of the earlier mentioned narrow view. And then it's fed back into the world. And what you get is a consistent loop again, where the world starts to look more like the digital twin, while the digital twin is aiming to look more like the Earth. And then the question is this the world as we would like it? The tricky thing here is that as a governing system, the predictions of the digital twin are not a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's actually its goal. It's the goal of the digital twin that the Earth starts to look like the predictions. And 2 minutes over, could be worse. So concluding, as an idea, I think DestinE could help improve saving the planet. It can offer information we do not have. It's absolutely valuable, but we need to get away of the narrative that it's realistic and objective. And also what I think is worrisome, that as a control system with feedback loops, it's very Eurocentric. It has European values built into the technology. And I know definitely as ethicists, we're all in favor of building values in design. But if this is a design for the planet and these are European values and you want the planet then to look like the representation you built, it can be a really creepy kind of digital colonialism. The datafied view of the world is limited. This doesn't necessarily have to be a problem, but we need to be aware and make that very explicit. And currently that's missing in the narratives. Additionally, the view of the environmental costs of DestinE itself versus its benefits is underdeveloped. So it's hidden in a cloud platform, and it makes it also very tricky to use for a user. For instance, if you run a model to see if your small company could be a bit more sustainable, but the model uses the energy of a normal household for 2 months, the question is, are these calculations sustainable? And we need to get some grip of that. So I think currently DestinE falls short on its sustainable and emancipatory potential. It could be there, but I think it needs to change a bit. My future research is, how do we unlock this? How do we ensure that it actually does what we want it to do? That was it. Thanks. Sorry for the time.
Thanks, Paulan. We should have a space for 2 questions or so. Three already. So these 3 will be tried. Let's try to finish.
Yes. Thank you very much. I really liked your critical stance towards it, and I have a question related to it, especially when you refer to Deleuze, the assemblage, and I have in mind the literature on affective arrangements, so how certain assemblages are used for shaping our affective atmosphere and tones, responses, etc. So I'm wondering if how this DestinE has been arranged, and is a way also, could be interpreted as a way also for nurturing kind of a security or trust towards, you know, the future, towards uncertainty, and mostly toward technology. So here I'm bringing the very debated question about how could we trust technology in helping us of saving the planet. I don't know if you wanted to frame maybe also this DestinE within this kind of things.
Okay, everyone, we are back online, back functioning. So we're gonna continue with Tomasz Hollanek from Cambridge on AI sustainability.
Yes, thanks so much. Thank you for, first of all, thank you to the organizers for organizing the workshop and for inviting me. And I really look forward to seeing what this center produces in the near future. It's really great to see this interaction of technology ethics and environmental ethics in an institutional context. So my presentation will be about design toolkits, and specifically the potential of design toolkits to reorient design practice towards the goals of social justice and environmental sustainability. In the production of technologies, I'm primarily thinking about AI systems, but this applies to all kinds of design. Design toolkits have emerged in recent years as a primary means of translating the theory of AI ethics into design and development practice. So many organizations, research teams, institutions release their own design toolkits that are supposed to help translate the theory that the given team is producing into practice. Currently, the OECD catalog of toolkits and metrics for trustworthy AI includes around 500 such toolkits. This number is from May, and they include new toolkits every month, so I'm sure that it's actually more. There are all kinds of toolkits. If you ask me what is a design toolkit, there isn't a good answer to this question precisely because there is a massive variety. And they try to do different things. Some of them are specifically targeting technical people, so data scientists, for example, helping them decide whether a given data set is good enough to use it in the production of a given model. Some are procedural. That means that they might help a given team determine whether, for example, the team is diverse enough. And some might be more strictly educational, introducing the design team to concepts such as trustworthiness or fairness or justice. But this is really to say that there are many of these toolkits. And of course, this catalog doesn't include all of them. In fact, there are so many toolkits that toolkit scoping has become a subgenre of its own in AI ethics scholarship. So these are just some examples, but there are more of these toolkit scoping papers. And what I will share with you to start with is a sort of a review of reviews, so a form of meta-critique of these reviews to help identify some common trends in these critiques. So, by the way, if some of these might sound familiar to you, if you're familiar with this work, that's precisely the point, that some of these points get repeated again and again and again in various scoping papers, and yet nothing seems to change. So this meta-critique of design toolkits that I will be sharing with you now points to several consistent categories of shortcomings in the design of the toolkits themselves, and these relate to several different things. The first that these meta-reviews, the meta-review points to is foundational deficiencies. This is to say that the toolkits that are not good enough because this is reflective of the omissions in the list of values and principles that they are meant to help translate into practice. I will say a bit more about that in a second. The second problem with toolkits as a medium for translating theory into practice is that they embody a reductionist, techno-solutionist conception of ethics, and I will also say a bit more about that in a second. And the third one that I think is actually the most important one in a way is that these toolkits identify some ideas such as justice as an important idea to think about in the design of technologies, but they don't really guide the designers through what this means in practice. So there's this problem of co-optation of these ideas, divorced from their political meaning. So I will say a bit more about that in a second as well. So let's start with these foundational deficiencies. So the meta review points to the fact that actually most toolkits do identify values such as accountability, privacy, trustworthiness, or fairness as important ones to think about, but some values are quite simply missing. The value of solidarity, this can be expressed in different ways, pointing to the question of social justice, is completely omitted by most toolkits. So the idea of human co-flourishing as an important one to guide the development of new technologies. And most importantly for us today, the question of environmental sustainability is almost entirely omitted from these various toolkits or tools. And secondly, these lists of values that are then meant to be translated into practice are not reflective of, they are reflective of values of only, so actually the previous presentation was a very good example of that problem, that it's the European values in this case. And this is very true for the toolkits as well, so they don't really reflect the diversity of opinions and values in different parts of the world. And so the recommendation that actually most of these toolkit scoping papers agree on is that the creators of toolkits should be encouraged to consider the ethics of care, feminist ethics, decolonial theory, and indigenous epistemologies, or relational philosophies in general when designing new toolkits. So let's just remember this recommendation. It appears again and again in several of these papers. The second question, the reductionist techno-solutionist conception of ethics behind most toolkits. Well, this points to the fact that ethics is considered as a matter of compliance with already existing standards and regulations on the part of developers, designers, and data scientists. So ethical reasoning is framed as directly translatable into immediate technological and procedural fixes, rather than a questioning of the reasoning behind technological development and also the harms that the development might lead to that are not immediately visible. So this is to say also that the justifiability of starting a given project, or this question of which systems are worthy of maintenance, so scholars such as Amy van Weinsberg point to this precisely, this question, like which systems are worthy of maintenance. This is not considered by any toolkit. So questioning whether starting a project in the first place is reasonable and ethical is not really, there is no space for this kind of questioning. And this obviously relates to the fact that the business decision-making that always determines design decision-making is also not given any thought. And as I mentioned, these indirect social and environmental costs that are less visible or less immediately visible are also, there's no guidance for design teams or business teams to even consider them. So again, the recommendation that many papers converge on is abandon box-ticking mentality, provide guidance on how to deal with non-technical aspects of tech development, and pay attention to business decision-making. Also question business decision-making as part of this process. And finally, this third category of shortcomings that most toolkits that are available right now embody is that the fact that they co-opt some terms derived from critical studies of design and technology, but they are not really, they don't really embody a commitment to actual change. So, for example, they gesture towards the needs of for inclusion of diverse stakeholders, but when you actually look at what they mean by stakeholders, they most often point to external experts. So, for example, lawyers, rather than marginalized groups that are not accounted for in the decision making in the first place. So one toolkit scoping paper refers to voiceless stakeholders. There is a big problem with this term, but the reason why I thought I would mention this one here specifically is that it puts together both the environment and marginalized groups as this bigger category of voiceless stakeholders that are ignored by the toolkit producers. And finally, the toolkits fail to account for and help navigate through the difficulties of facilitating power-sensitive conversations between those who are already present at the design table and those whose voices have been excluded or ignored in the past. So, yes, you can say we should, let's say you're working in Australia and the principle would be try to include or talk to indigenous populations there, but how do you do this in an ethical and power-sensitive way is not really given any attention. This is one way of saying that toolkits might encourage participation washing. So they gesture towards ideas, they might even help you set up a meeting with various stakeholders, but without this guidance on how to do it in a power-sensitive way, it might be futile. So again, the recommendation is that toolkits should allow for genuine power-sensitive engagement with these voiceless stakeholders and embody the idea of participation as justice, a genuine attempt to actively include, not extract insights from minoritized stakeholder groups. Okay, so now, the interesting thing about these toolkit scoping papers is that they seem to suggest that we don't have these other types of toolkits that are informed by relational epistemologies, indigenous epistemologies, or feminist ethics. And the truth is that there are alternative toolkits out there, and I will show you a few of those alternative toolkits, and in a way to show you how these alternative toolkits might respond to some of the critiques that I have just mentioned. And then it will be also a way of thinking about whether the challenges of reorienting design practice towards the goals of social justice and environmental sustainability, whether this challenge is actually kitifiable at all. In a way it isn't, but toolkits might be helpful, as we will see. So first, what do I mean by more than human design? As an alternative design framework. So at its core, more than human design is a response to the human-centric paradigm in design as the dominant one that emerged in the 80s, maybe even a bit earlier. The human-centered design prioritizes, or is supposed to prioritize, the needs of users, ensure that technologies are user-friendly and that help the human users achieve their goals. But implied in this human-centric paradigm is the idea of universalism, so a very concrete idea of that human user that the technology or a given product is designed for. So there hasn't been enough discussion in the human-centric design community about like who it is that we are actually designing for. Are we excluding certain groups of people by imagining? Even if there is a variety of potential users that we are imagining, are we excluding others? And what kind of consequences these choices have? So more than human design is, on the one hand, a critique of this implied universalism of human-centered design. And on the other hand, and most importantly for us today, it is also a critique of the implied anthropocentrism of human-centered design. So can we think of non-human animals in design? And if so, what would that mean? So this bigger framework, more than human design, draws on these various theoretical positions drawn from intersectional feminist critique, post-human theory, post-development studies, indigenous epistemologies, among others. There are various terms that we could use for this kind of design. More than human is the most common one, or more than human-centered, but you could argue for nature-centric design, although then we encounter some of the issues that we discussed after Vincent's presentation. Allocentric is the term that I usually use in my work. So that's from an article that I wrote for Eon a few years ago. Allocentric is the opposite of egocentric, recognizes the value of species by seeing them as nodes in a wider network of interdependencies, a system in which diverse agents design the world together and experience it side by side. The conceptual decentering of the human in design rejects an environmentalism in which technology is solely about stopping human decline, when design is interested in sustainability only as a way of maintaining the anthropocentric status quo of keeping humans at the top of the pile, it fails to combat the logic at the core of the current crisis. And okay, I only have 5 minutes, so, and this is the most interesting part of the presentation where I show you the alternative kinds of tools or toolkits. So I'll try to be brief. The first one is a guideline on design for carbon-aware digital experiences by Louis. And this is an example of a tool that is meant to help designers design in a way that encourages the users to attune to non-human rhythms. So it's not about awareness only, but it's also about helping us live in a way that is more in line with other species and the environment as a whole. So this first type of toolkit is about transforming the user's behavior specifically. And as an example of what this kind of designing could lead to, this is a project that Louis points to as an example of what kind of results you might achieve if you follow this kind of tool. So this is a nature-controlled internet. So the idea that your connection is better or worse depending on whether natural energy resources are available in your area. So for example, if it's a very windy day, your internet will be faster. If it's a day without wind or without sun, it might slow down. So again, the idea that designers can help users, humans, attune to non-human rhythms. The second type of toolkit that you can find is a toolkit that helps human designers think of non-human animals and perhaps the environment as an impossible user, to consider these other non-human animals as users, because they are users. They're not always designed. The objects are not necessarily designed for the non-human animals, and I think we will hear more about that in Leonie's talk, right? So we'll see. But and the interesting thing about this specific toolkit is that visually and visually it really mimics the style of a very popular design toolkit designed by Microsoft. And this is the inclusive design toolkit that is very common among designers. This is a toolkit that helps designers think about different types of users that might normally be excluded from the design process, from the design ideation process. So, for example, people living with various forms of disabilities. So, yes, the interspecies design toolkit, in a way, is gesturing towards that toolkit that is very popular, but the aim here is to question the idea of the user even more. And finally, how much time do I have? 2 minutes. Okay, good. So the final example that I would like to give is from Neri Oxman's nature-centric practice. So you might have heard of her work because she had a massive exhibition at MoMA a few years ago. One of the most famous pieces that she and her team exhibit is the Silk Pavilion. The Silk Pavilion was created with living silkworms. So Neri Oxman and her team essentially observed living silkworms' patterns of movement, and then thanks to a machine learning algorithm, they were able to extract, so I mean, again, in a way, a form of biomimicry in design. But what is particularly interesting for me in this example is that, so basically, thanks to that pattern detection, they were then able to steer biological growth using light and humidity. They were actually able to direct the way the silkworms were building this structure that you can see here. So the element that I find most interesting here is that this tool and framework is not only questioning the idea of human behavior, not only the idea of the human user, perhaps extending to include more other non-human animals, But in this case, it's also about questioning who gets to make the world, and perhaps questioning the idea of the maker, and thinking about what it might mean for humans to co-design the world with other entities. Artificial intelligence, but also actual non-human animals. So I would have more to say about various types of toolkits that are out there. There are many, many more. I focus here on more than human design toolkits, but there are many similar ones that focus on the idea of intersectionality. So very briefly, because I have to wrap up, what do they have in common, these alternative toolkits? And I think the most important thing to take away from this review is that they address the question of decentering the human in design as an explicitly ethico-political issue. So this is to say that the idea of ethics behind them is not divorced from concrete political questions, including the question of social justice, as inherently tied to the idea of environmental sustainability. So they share less with tools like this one, the sustainability checklist by IBM, and share more with political movement building toolkits such as this one, for example, for intersectional movement building, created by the Young Friends of the Earth Europe group. And I mean, I was going to talk about some of these examples, but I think I'll skip that. And finally, I will just say that I'm working on I'm working on my own tools, ideation tools, and we are testing with my bigger team, some of them with actual design teams working in industry. So this, for example, is an ideation exercise trying to encourage designers to think about the environment as an unimaginable user persona. Of course, it's impossible, but that's exactly the point. It's the idea that these exercises should not be about the making convenient, turning the idea of ethics into something convenient. And this is another one, but I think I'll stop here and wrap up, and thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Tom. We have a space for several questions. Vincent.
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. I think that everybody will agree with your criticism regarding toolkits. And it's also good to have this overview. At the same time, I was wondering, are you not making a sort of straw man of the current debates in ethics of technology by talking about these toolkits, while I guess that almost every ethicist will agree with you? And there is, for instance, in the European community, but also in the Netherlands and in the UK, a strong development which is called responsible research and innovation, as a sort of theoretical, social, scientific and philosopher-driven way to take social and ethical issues into account. I was wondering whether you are aware of that debate and whether that maybe can also support some of your claims but also help you to evaluate the alternatives. And I just want to concentrate on the one that you mentioned by Neri Oxman, because indeed she is using a sort of combination between 3D printing and silkworms. And we were considering this case in a discussion about the Symbiocene, to what extent life and non-life can work together. But we came to the conclusion that in fact this silkworm is exploited not for themselves, but just for fun design in this case. So is that then really a responsible innovation, so to speak, or not? And so that brings me to the question, what are the criteria for you to distinguish between the toolkit tick box exercises and the alternatives? Because I'm also interested in these alternatives, so yeah, maybe we can find each other there.
Thank you so much. The most important question really is the one about whether the silkworms are actually exploited. And you could argue that they were. That's definitely a fair critique. And an even more important point of critique of Oxman's work is the funding that helps her do this kind of work and where she's situated systemically. So I usually refer to this project more as an illustration that is fun, as you say, because it very quickly allows most people that are not necessarily thinking about what this more than human thinking might mean for practicing designers. It just gives you a very quick illustration of what this might mean. But this is not given as an example of something that is ideal or that should be reproduced. And in a way, this is precisely my problem with looking for patterns that should be reproduced, that there is always this worry that it might be sort of leading us in the way of universalizing certain solutions and ways of thinking about doing this kind of work, which is actually the opposite of what more than human design thinking is encouraged us to do. So I don't think it's a concrete response to your point.
And then the question is, okay, so we agree that there's no universal solution. But then the question is, what type of criteria do we use to distinguish between good directions or better directions or then we need to take the situation, the context into account. And for instance, I have to admit that I'm also a little bit a fan of responsible innovation. There, for instance, anticipation of future impact, reflection on your own motives, inclusion of a broad variety of stakeholders, not only lawyers, and actually design changes. These are the type of criteria, I would say, that can help us to distinguish between the better and the worse, maybe. But yeah.
I would say then, in response to this very fair point, that, I mean, thinking about the criteria is necessary. And when I think about this question, like the criteria, I usually refer to Haraway's early work on situated knowledges, and that's where the idea of power-sensitive conversations comes into play. So I think that would be my response always, like, it has to be power-sensitive, and whatever that means, informed by various types of critique that are focusing on studying these power dynamics that then affect how the design process is taking place, who gets to decide, and indeed which frameworks are adopted to determine whether a project is viable or ethical or desirable.
Two more questions. Mark.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. I saw in the talk that you mainly focus on non-human animals and environment as users. I wonder if the term stakeholder is not easier to also convince people that we should talk about them at all, because yeah, clearly non-human animals have a stake in some contexts. Also, the environment is quite an abstract term, so the environment of whom, for whom, and who or what exactly. But if we talk about that, then of course all these power questions come up also. For example, the humans and non-humans can have different interests, right? And there's power differences and so on. So yeah, when it comes to the governance of technologies, then we really, I think, have to talk about that. And I wonder what you think about the term, using the term representation, because we as humans, we tend then, in the best case, to try to represent the interests of non-human nature, of non-human entities. Yeah, are we entitled to do that? What kind of power questions does that raise also?
Thank you so much. So maybe I'll start with the question of stakeholder versus user. And the reason why I refer to users is that I'm very much interested in affecting the way professional designers who are not trained in theory might react to some of these ideas. So that's why the experiment that I'm sort of conducting now with this, you know, the environment as an unimaginable user persona is precisely trying to do this. So referring to a very standard method that designers use every day in their work, the creation of user personas that then they refer to every day to kind of imagine, you know, the way their application or whatever it is that they're building will be used by different types of users. What it might, so if they're doing this ideation exercise anyway, I was just wondering what it might do to them and the way they relate to their own work when they are tasked with actually imagining something that is unimaginable because it's encompassing everything. And I don't think I can share results just yet because I had only one workshop, but in a year hopefully I will be able to share something more concrete and see whether it actually helps designers map themselves onto the wider network of relations in a productive way or not. So that's why I refer to users, but of course, from the theoretical point of view, that's not the right term, and stakeholders would be more appropriate. And sorry, could you remind me of the second part?
Yeah, the second was a bit about power and representation, that then we would represent the interests of the non-human.
So yeah, in a way, okay, I'll refer to this experiment again in a way, because in some sense, the point of the exercise is not so much for humans to try to represent the interests of the environment, but rather to help them realize that they are part of the environment. So the question that this workshop starts with is like, close your eyes, okay, and then imagine the natural world. And what 99.9% of people that take part in these sorts of experiments come up with is like a beach or a forest, and there is never a human being in that picture. And so the point of this exercise is like to, first of all, question why isn't there a human in that picture when we try to imagine the natural world? And the second question is like, how do we place ourselves in that natural environment picture in our minds when we are starting to think about designing for the environment, which includes us.
It was great that you explored imaginations of this.
Thank you so much.
So we'll close the questions with Paulan.
Hi, thank you very much for this meta-analysis. I found it really helpful and inspiring. Part of my question was already asked and answered, so thanks. The other question that I have is, do you have any examples where it actually was implemented in design, and does it really work? Do you know?
Do you mean these radical alternative toolkits?
Yeah, and then not in a museum, but actually in a real-life setting.
Yeah, that's a very good question, because I mean, quite obviously the answer is no. And when you show professional designers trained as designers, because you could argue that we are all designers, and I would agree with that. But professional designers, especially educated in the West, when you expose them to such tools, they're like, well, but what does it actually mean for me? Like, I don't know how to implement it. But this is why the idea of politics comes into play very importantly for me, which is to say that sometimes it might not be about changing the practice of design itself, but rather thinking of, so this is where some of the toolkits that I did not refer to explicitly, just mentioned them, the intersectional design toolkits, they are much more, so another ideation tool that I did not discuss, the pluriversal design ideation tool, is really about enabling people that are usually excluded from these debates to essentially get acquainted with the right vocabulary to then imagine their own ideas for certain technologies and participate in these conversations in a more effective way. I'm not sure if this, yeah, so I guess the answer to your question would be, I am not necessarily interested in the question of usability of these toolkits, but rather what they can do politically to allow for a change of mindset perhaps in one group, and then also an empowerment of other groups. And also it's important to say that these toolkits, the other alternative toolkits, are produced by the groups themselves. So this is also not me sitting, you know, in Cambridge and producing something that allows certain groups of people to participate more actively necessarily. It's just also drawing attention of the AI ethics community. That is, I don't think it's a strawman argument really. The attention of the community to the fact that there are these alternative positions and alternative toolkits and alternative ways of thinking about design. Alternative is also a problematic term, but I think you know what I mean.
Thank you so much, Tomasz.
Thank you.
Just a small correction of the information about internet connection. So if you want to connect, so which one is yours? Guest,
the first one?
You need to put as a username AKC, capital letters, and the password is seminar with the lowercase s, not uppercase, as I said before.
And is it Laes or Laes?
Laes.
All right, so before we venture for lunch, we have one more talk coming back to Netherlands. Erik Laes from Eindhoven on the topic that you see.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I'm from Belgium, so but I work at the University of Eindhoven as a postdoc. So yeah, thank you very much for having me here. The ideas that I'm going to present here are part of ongoing work, so it's not yet finalized, so I very much welcome the opportunity for you to tell me whether I'm on the right track or on a completely faulty track. So maybe first of all, so considering the topic of this workshop, the connection between environmental ethics and philosophy of technology, first of all I should explain, of course, why I am interested in Latour and Foucault and using both. I think for Latour, I think this is a bit obvious. So nature plays a very significant role in Latour's work, in his critique of modernity. So this is really his entry point into the critique of modernity. Latour is also mainly the inspiring figure behind the whole STS movement. So the link with mediation theory, with post-phenomenology, etc. Philosophy of technology is also quite clear for Latour. It is less clear, I think, for Foucault, even though I think he shares with Latour this relational ontology that we have been talking about. He never explicitly talked about, like Latour, about politics of nature. So, of course, I know there is now a literature that draws upon Foucault, upon his use of, for instance, biopolitics, to talk about eco-politics. But in Foucault itself, the entry point is, of course, less clear. And I think I found a good entry point in what he calls the eventalization of history, but I will try to argue that. Now, also what I should explain, or what attracts me to both these thinkers, is also that they are fundamentally political thinkers. So I think for both of them, reality is, or what we consider as reality, is the result of a political process, in the sense that there is no ultimate judge or transcendental reality that will tell us what the common reality for everybody should be. So in this way also they both situate philosophy of technology and ethics or ethos within the political process, which is, I think, also a very interesting perspective. So let's look at both of them in turn. So like I said, for Latour, the connection is maybe more easily to draw through his project of cosmopolitics. Of course, Latour is very famous for his statement that nature never existed. And with that, he means the nature like it was conceived of in modernity, like there is a state of affairs, and we can establish a correspondence with the state of affairs through the exact sciences. So for Latour, really, nature, there's always conflicts about nature, about what nature is. And these conflicts, they are really ontological conflicts. So for instance, the exact same, what we would call in modern jargon, the exact same mountain could for, if you draw the chain of associations, as Latour would say, in an economic world, this mountain appears as an economic resource, but if you draw a chain of associations in the religious world, this could be a spiritual being. So of course, then the question becomes, if we have, again, people that live, for instance, around this mountain, and they have to live together. So there is an ontological conflict over there. I think the question that motivates Latour is what kind of politics do we need for this kind of situation, so we can no longer draw upon, let's say, the convenient modern distinction between matter of facts and values. It's really, the matters of facts also have to be commonly constructed. And there, so the answer that Latour gives is his cosmopolitical project. And what he means with cosmopolitics is not some kind of global political project, for instance, like we have seen in the construction of the planetary twin. So it's not about global politics, but according to Latour, so cosmopolitics is really about setting up a political process for the construction of a common reality. And this common reality that can be taking place in very limited settings, like in a laboratory, but it can also take place in, let's say, a meeting room of the United Nations, where we discuss about the Kyoto Protocol, etc. So it's not, it can take place in many situations, going from the micro scale to the macro scale. But there, of course, I find in Latour a bit of a ambiguity between, let's say, a descriptive stance, like the descriptive sociological stance, and a prescriptive stance. So on the one hand, I think he's saying that reality is political. So this is, you could argue, a metaphysical position that he takes. So this politics is happening anywhere, in any case. And you can describe this by following the actants, as is in his famous actor network theory. But on the other hand, he's saying, okay, since this political process is going on anywhere, let's find ways of doing it better. And that is then his democratic project, the politics of nature. So, yeah, how does that go, his democratic process? So it starts from matters of concern, so things that shake up the collective, that are a bit concerning, that are a bit weird to us, that we don't know how to handle. And then he has, in politics of nature, this whole procedure going to 4 different steps that end with institutionalizing the new matters of concern. Now, of course, like Foucault, I would say Latour has also many times shifted his perspective, so there are many different Latours, and as there are many different Foucaults. So I think, especially if you consider his more recent work on Gaia, etc., you see a shift in this politics of nature project, going from a focus on negotiation, deliberation, trying to come to some kind of reasoned argument about a way of living together. Whereas in his latest books, he really tries to make the point that, especially given climate change and given other existential risks to the planet, that we are now living in a situation of war. And this means that a situation of war, you have to consider who are your allies, who you want to ally with to save your life and the lives of those you care for, and who are your enemies. And he describes this as, so a fundamental conflict between what he calls the earthbound, so the one who follow his theory of creating associations, and the humans, the one that continue to think in the modernist perspective that nature is an object to be exploited. But still, so there is this. He describes it at the current situation as a situation of war. So following Carl Schmitt, political theory. So in this situation of war, there is always the possibility of violence, but still. You see in Latour, and that is, I think, in continuation with his previous work, still the focus on what he calls diplomacy. And so identifying the environmental ethics part in Latour, I think, is really tied to this figure of the diplomat. Now, what is the diplomat doing, of course, in the situation of war is trying to de-escalate the possibility of violence. Now, what I think is a bit problematic with this whole thinking of Latour and with the whole actor network theory is that, it poses every object as a possible actant, as something that has an effect on another thing. And it is also, like in his later thinking, it's also much concerned with drawing strong networks, or making strong associations, making robust associations. So there is a lot of focus on, let's say, the strength and the robustness of networks. And I think this is a bit problematic because, of course, strength is not the strength of a network. It's problematic for two reasons. So I think Latour's project is a bit idealistic in the sense that he works, you work within an existing situation, you work within existing networks that have established their strengths, for instance, neoliberal thinking, association with global economy. So can we just assume that this distinction between earthbound and humans and building new associations, that it can succeed in this context of, according to his own theory, you have to look at the strength of networks, so can it succeed? And also, in terms of ethics, according to Latour's own theory, something can be excluded from the association if it is not able to build strong enough connections or strong enough associations. And he gives himself, for example, the example of victims of traffic. And we continuously accept that each year there are victims of traffic. So according to Latour's theory, these victims are exteriorized from the network. But of course, that's an ethical problem that Latour, on his own account, is not able to really draw into his theory. So it's not just a matter of strength. Okay, so then moving on to Michel Foucault. So as I said, even for Foucault, even more than for Latour, I think he changes his way of thinking constantly. And that is, of course, also the whole point of Michel Foucault's, I think, main philosophical engagement is that he was continuously trying to transform himself and to become other. But I think one interesting notion that we might draw from his work is the eventualization. So what he was constantly trying to do is looking at history, but not in the conventional way that a historian would do it, so to draw some objective picture of what happened in the past, but to bring history to bear on what's happening right now. So this was always his theoretical interest, I would say. So he also chose his historical studies in a very particular way, for instance, about the history of the prison, the history of madness, because these things always tell us something about what we have become in the present. For instance, when he writes a history of madness, the reverse side of madness is, of course, rationality. So if he writes about the treatment of the mad people in the history, it also tells us something about rationality and the way that we construct rationality. So I think, so he always goes back into history to look at particular events, like, for instance, when the prison or imprisonment as a punishment was constituted as a kind of a universal punishment, because that tells us something about ourselves. And I think something similar could, of course, be done with climate change, for instance. What is this event of climate change? What does it tell us about ourselves? And the interesting thing with Foucault, of course, is that it also does not do this type of studies just as a kind of theoretical interest, but he also sees it as a kind of existential engagement. So the aim of doing these studies for himself and for others that read his works is to come out of these experiences, history as an experience, as a changed person, as a transformed person. And that is what he calls the limit attitude. What you see in Foucault is then this ethic of transgression, which leads to a transformation of the self. And I think you gave a very good example, because Foucault also tries to push us towards thinking the unthinkable. So he constantly pushes for the limit. What do we do with madmen in society? So can we imagine, we as rational people, can we imagine a madman and how he would feel? So I was happy that you gave your example of thinking the environment. Because if we look at limits in our present way of thinking, or how we set up modernity, there are, I think, still some things that are not really questions at all, like we all aim in our life for ever higher living standards. There is still this idea of perpetual growth. So I think Foucault would say, yeah, if you try to think beyond that, so what is the limit of this and what lies beyond? And this in Foucault's thinking is also much more an existentialist thinker than Latour. So it's really about transforming the self through these practices of limit experiences. So I can conclude, right on time. So I would say, so far my conclusion from looking at these two thinkers in terms of linking environmental ethos and philosophy of technology, I think they both share elements in their diagnosis of modernity. So they aim for a critical renewal of the modern project. They are both not postmodern thinkers, but they want modernity to enter into a new phase. Also interesting is that they perform this critique of modernity through critique of modern epistemology. That's also something they have in common. And that their focus on reality as the result of a political construction process. So I think they both share some similarities in the diagnosis, but as far as I can see, the cure they propose is radically different. So for Latour, as I tried to explain, especially given the climate change problematic, it is about building strong alliances in times of war, and he sees this big distinction between the earthbound and the ones the humans that still try to hold on to the old modern project. He holds on to an ethos of diplomacy, and as I try to explain, I think this is very idealistic given the strength of existing networks, and also this mapping exercise that he proposes. I think he neglects the existential commitment of the people. So really what Foucault is talking about, the transformation of the self. So Foucault, he does have these aspects of the ethos of transgression, the questioning of the present, so that goes, I think, a lot deeper than Latour. But of course, what Foucault proposes, he had a big aversion of disciplinary responses in terms of what ought to be done. So he always advocates in favor of these new practices of freedom, but he could never, I think, give a good answer to the question, can technology save the planet, or these new practices of freedom or techniques of the self? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Questions?
I was struck by these sentences like matter of facts have to be commonly constructed, construction of common reality. Many examples like we see birds, I call it bird, someone else can call it UFO, someone else can call it airplane, whatever. To me, this is a direct link or implication to what I would call social subjectivism, not just I, but many people. So anything goes. If there is no fact apart from consciousness, human consciousness or any other consciousness, then really anything goes. There is no fact. We create those facts, and each of us can create our own facts, and we can then perhaps gain some common ground. So if enough people agree on that, that's then the common reality. I could name dramatic examples. You don't want to hear these examples. What it leads to. So could you perhaps not elaborate, but maybe one example where this is not useful. Where it's so difficult for me to ask any sensible question because this is so unacceptable, and I'm sure not just for me, but even if it was just me, it's just unacceptable that we create facts of reality. So perhaps no question, just remark.
No, I'm happy for this question because of course in 20 minutes I wasn't able to really fully present Latour's thinking. But Latour is, of course, he's completely opposed to what you are saying, which is social constructivism. So Latour is also very much a material constructivist. So what he's just saying is that there is no simple direct correspondence between our knowledge of the world and the world itself, if we can still say this in this sense. What he is just saying is that there is a lot of intermediary steps, mediations happening between what you would call a fact and our knowledge of it. And a good example would, of course, be climate change. Would we ever be able to talk about climate change if there wasn't, like you have shown, a really impressive series of research programs, funding money, computer programs, simulations, etc., going into this phenomenon to produce the fact of climate change. So Latour is not at all a relativist or an anything goes person. He simply draws out the fact that there are a lot of different mediations that like in his book Laboratory Life, there are scientists that have to work to produce reality. And in this work, they are living in a culture, they have to convince funding organizations. So his main point is that if you just say, well, this is a matter of fact, it's like that, it's a direct representation of reality, then you kind of, he compares it to a double bookkeeping. So you remain silent about all the work that has been done to produce this fact. That's just what he's saying. So it's not at all relativism or social constructivism.
Vincent.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Just to support a little bit the question. So in the post-truth age, for instance, people like Daniel Dennett, they said, they published also newspaper articles after the Trump election and also after the rejection afterwards, that it is especially philosophers like Latour that gave rise to this whole post-truth age, because whether it's a social construction or a material construction, it is in the end a construction, and that there is no fact or something like that. So even if you don't agree with each other, there is at least reason to believe that there is something problematic there. And I want to continue a little bit with that because, yeah, I mean it serious. I really like to read the recent Latour. But for me, as a philosopher, it is always very difficult to see any consistency. And because based on the original actor network theory, that is a flat ontology, while in the recent work, it seems to be the case that a new metaphysical or ontological question comes up. Now, you cannot have both at the same time. So that is, I was wondering whether that is also a little bit the direction of your criticism. Mm-hmm. And I want to make this concrete, this double bookkeeping, which might be inherent in Latour, if you talk about this diplomacy. On the one hand, he is using Carl Schmitt to say that we are in a state of war. And according to Schmitt, there is no diplomacy. Eh? You are enemies, and there is no. You should be enemy. You shouldn't fight. It is not that far. But in this regard, from Schmitt's perspective, I would say, what the hell do we mean with an ethos of diplomacy? So is that not an inherent problem that Latour is picking up all kinds of theories? There are new developments, so then a new theory pops up, but there is no reflection on the consistency with the framework or the theories that he's using.
Yeah, so let me make it clear. I'm not really trying to defend Latour or. No, but I think I can agree mainly with your criticism, especially when you see how he treats the issue of climate change. So of course, if you look at the early Latour, you would say that, for instance, climate denialists, they are equally justified to their belief as long as they are building strong networks to support their claims. And I think because he was a bit scared of the consequences of his own thinking, you see the shift with the issue of climate change. You see the shift towards. I think it's in this book an inquiry into modes of existence that he comes up with the concept of trust. The trustworthy scientists saying that climate change is happening. So, and now in his later work, he's just saying like climate change is happening. We are in a situation of war, so you have to choose sides. So I think. He gets more and more radical as a way to cover up, like let's say, the flaws of his earlier mode of thinking. And I think that what you are saying here in a strong sense was maybe a bit muffled in my criticism of his constant mixing up or being ambiguous about where he is descriptive and where he is prescriptive. So that's also a kind of an annoyance that I also have with this work. So, yeah.
We have one last question in the back.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the talk. I'm going to focus on Foucault for a change. Could you please elaborate a bit more on the transition from the ethics of care to the whole idea of how could you read Foucault from that perspective and how it applies to climate change? Like, do you see it as a form of activism? Do you see that, like, by practicing that ethos of care, it could just be a defiance to the status quo or the biopower in that sense? Or how do you read it?
Yeah, I think that, much more, even in opposition to Latour, that Foucault is all about resistance and trying to find a way to resist these dominant mechanisms. So I think in his earlier work he was very good in analyzing systems of oppression, like disciplinary systems in prisons or the way that madmen were excluded from society. And in his later work, that I refer to in this notion of care of the self, he was really drawing upon, let's say, early Greek thinking, Stoics, etc., about also how your soul as a person can be an object that you can construct by using techniques, what he calls the techniques of the self, like the mental exercises that Stoics used to do. Now, of course, it is difficult to say what he would say about how all of this relates to, for instance, climate change as an event. And I was actually looking for examples of what this Foucauldian attitude towards climate change could be, and I think something that maybe comes close is maybe, I don't know if you have heard of the Dark Mountain project. So this is kind of people that withdraw themselves a bit from modernity and from this constant consumption pressure that you have, and they try to imagine other ways of living in a certain atmosphere of freedom. So Foucault is always trying to open up, trying to show us that there are more ways of being free than we think, by showing us the limits of present thinking. But he's not prescribing us, because that would, in a sense, be a contradiction of his own thinking. He's not prescribing us what this new freedom should be. Foucault is all about opening up a space of freedom, but not prescribing it. So.
Let us express our gratitude to Erik and to all the speakers from the morning.
me start the afternoon session. Let me open the afternoon session of our workshop and welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Leonie Bossert of the University of Tübingen, who recently had a great success, as far as I understand, with her German book Gemeinsame Zukunft mentioned here. So without any further ado, let me give her a floor to give us a talk on the ethical ramifications of technologies when applied to animals. I think.
So, thanks a lot, and good afternoon also from my side, and really thanks a lot for inviting me. It's really a great pleasure to speak here today. And yeah, I'm going to talk about AI's impact on the non-human world in the context of sustainable AI. And before I go any further, I just briefly want to start with saying a few words on how I understand AI. So when talking about AI, I understand AI systems as systems that are capable of performing cognitive functions. And I quote, "These include reasoning, learning, problem-solving, decision-making, and even the attempt to match elements of human behavior, such as creativity," end quote. And of course, as you are all familiar with, in the context of AI, there are a lot of important research questions being discussed currently. And the research question that is also the title of this workshop, whether, and if so, how AI can help us to save the planet, is currently intensively discussed within the so-called sustainable AI debate. And this debate is growing constantly, which should definitely be welcomed. However, it also comes along with two major shortcomings. The first shortcoming is that the, let's call it, mainstream sustainable AI debate is rarely linked to the normative foundations of sustainability. And this leads that the research is very often, it builds upon a rather superficial understanding of sustainability. And the second shortcoming, in my view, is that the debate is mainly anthropocentric. And I will return to both of these shortcomings later in the talk. But before doing so, to be better able to explain why I think that the anthropocentric tailoring of the debate is indeed problematic, I will start with giving an overview on how AI systems indeed impact the non-human world, because I think it's important to know that to hopefully join me with thinking that the anthropocentric perspective is a problem in this context. After that, I will come back to the normativity of sustainable AI. So the talk is divided into these major parts. And when talking about AI's impact on the non-human world, I will first start with some very general aspects. As it is highlighted in the sustainable AI debate, AI systems come along with very negative impacts on the environment and on our ecosystems, as we had already discussed a little bit this morning. For example, because as one rather influential study, the study of Emma Struble et al. Has pointed out, training a particular natural language processing model can result in the emission of around 300 tons of CO2. And another study has shown that the 40 days of research training of Google's AlphaGo Zero, so that's an AI system that is able to play the Chinese board game Go, emits 69 tons of CO2. Of course, these are only two examples, but I think they perfectly illustrate that these systems come along with a lot of CO2 emissions, especially in the training period. Furthermore, the data centers we need to store the very, very, very huge amount of data. They require very large amounts of energy and also of water to cool the systems, the data centers. And as you're of course all familiar with, the hardware on which the AI systems run, they require resources such as rare earth, nickel or cobalt that in many cases come with problematic conditions when being mined. And all of these negative impacts on the environment, of course, also affect human and non-human individuals, since they contribute to climate change, biodiversity loss, etc. But they affect humans and non-human animals rather indirectly, and there is also much more to say about how AI systems affect the non-human world in a very direct way, and I will come to this now. And as you can already see from the slide's heading, I will focus on animals in the following. And I really want to apologize for that, because in the title of the talk, I announced to deal with the non-human world more general. And also, I am indeed a passionate animal ethicist. I really intended to do so. So I did research on how AI systems affect plants and microorganisms. But in doing so, I very quickly realized that currently it's hard to say anything substantial about this from a non-anthropocentric environmental ethics perspective. Because there are plenty of studies that investigate, for example, how AI systems can help us to better understand the human microbiome, since AI can deal with the enormous huge amounts of data the different microbial species generate much better than we humans can do. And while this is definitely very interesting and important research, it is about how AI systems can be used to better understand human well-being and benefiting us humans and our human health. That's why it's mainly discussed in the medical ethics debate, and it's not about how AI impact the microbial world. And that's why I think, it's not a perfect fit for saying anything substantial from a non-anthropocentric environmental ethics perspective. And I'm pretty sure that studies on how AI affect the microbial and the plant world will come, but currently there is a research gap, at least to the best of my knowledge, and that's why I will focus on animals in the following, ending up with talking about animals as very often. So regarding how AI systems impact animals, for the sake of easier structure to follow, I distinguished between the three groups of farmed animals, wild animals, and companion animals, and I will address all of these categories in the following. So, regarding farmed animals, the main purpose of using AI technologies on them is to better surveil them and to use AI for an increased automation of animal agriculture. So, in this context, AI is used for example, fattening control, disease detection and prediction, feed optimization and automated feeding, for face recognition, very often with the goal to automatically detect pain in the animals, as you can see on this picture here, where the faces of the sheep are scanned to hopefully be able to say if any of them show symptoms of or signs of being in pain. And it's also used for herd management, since there are already cowboy bots and shepherd bots out in the field. And to illustrate this surveillance technology in animal agriculture a bit better, I brought along a quote. Also, admittedly, it's a bit long. So I quote from a paper of a colleague of mine and me. I quote, "Support vector machine classifiers in combination with sensor devices are used to detect early symptoms of lameness in cows. Robot vehicles driving around in factory farms for broilers are supposed to move the animals around to improve the feed conversion ratio. In processing plants, intelligent robot arms equipped with cameras are used for poultry deboning, cutting animal bodies apart with greater efficiency than human butchers. Besides AI applications that directly aim at animal control, various machine learning methods are used to optimize fodder compositions, design vaccines, and to analyze animals' genetics." End quote. And all of this, from an animal ethics perspective, comes along with different ethical problems. For example, being the creating of an even greater distance between humans and the agriculture animal industry through an almost full automation. And this makes the violent treatment of animals even further invisible to even more people, perpetuating it rather than modifying it towards a more respectful treatment of the animals. Then another ethical aspect that could be discussed is the commodification of animals per se. But of course, this is not specific for applying AI on them, but it's rather a general question discussed in animal ethics. And coming back to the more AI-related ethical questions, one could, for example, discuss if animals should also have a right to privacy, despite they are not being aware of the surveillance, which makes it a different case as in the human case. And I just say that to note that there are a lot of different ethical questions within these application fields, but none of them is currently really discussed within AI ethics, despite the AI ethics community growing constantly. And I would claim that they have to address these questions and ethical challenges as well. And when presenting these as ethical problems, I take it as a premise that animals, at least sentient animals, belong to the moral community, and I don't go into detail about the rationale behind this claim now, but of course we can discuss it later on. So I will now come to how AI systems impact wild animals. And in regard to wild animals, these technologies are used mainly for either killing them or for protecting them. And regarding the killing aspect, AI applications are especially advertised to kill so-called invasive animals, where most of the other attempts to get rid of them failed. One prominent example is the New Zealand predator-free program. As you can see on the picture here on the slide, they use poison-laden AI-equipped drones to patrol New Zealand's wilderness on the hunt for invasive pests. And of course, from an animal ethics perspective, there are also a lot of ethical problems coming along with that. One, for example, being that the so-called invasive pests are sentient animals, so advertising the mass killing of these individuals should definitely be seen as something different and ethically evaluate different than, for example, I don't know, advertising destroying cars or something like this. And in this context, many ethical questions arise. For example, what justifies the killing of certain animals to protect others, or whose values are taken into account or not? And again, these questions aren't discussed when advertising for using the AI systems on animals in the way I just presented. But as I said, there are also a lot of projects to protect wild animals. I just brought with me 2 examples, but there are a lot of projects like this going on currently. And the company Bird Vision, for example, they aim at constructing windmills equipped with AI, which recognize nearby flying birds and thus regulates the rotor blade speed, lowering the speed or stopping the rotation of the blade when a bird is coming too close in order to prevent that the bird is getting killed. And the Elephant Listening Project shall protect elephants from poaching. Using the AI technologies, rangers are informed about the elephant location, or they are promptly informed about alarming noises such as shots, so that hopefully the poachers can be tracked down at the scene. And in terms of the last category I made up here, the companion animals, AI is, for example, used for, like, there are algorithms for profiling the animals in shelters with the aim to facilitate faster and longer-lasting adoptions, because the algorithm matches the desired characteristic the future owner wants, so how the future owner wants the animal to be, with the animals actually living in the shelter to, hopefully facilitate longer-lasting adoptions. And the very huge application field in this context is the one of individualized medicine, also in veterinary medicine. This, of course, also is applied on farmed animals, of course, not only on companion animals. And as with individualized medicines for us humans, there is a lot of research going on for how we can establish individualized medicine for animals. And all of these applications I've now presented, they are directly aiming at AI being used on the animals. But there are also a lot of applications that are not directly used on animals, but still impact non-human animals, and I will say a few words about that now. So AI applications that are not used on animals but impact them are, for example, self-driving cars, where there is the hope that they will reduce roadkills because the cars are equipped with camera systems running on AI that detect the animals much earlier than our human eye. There are also a lot of application fields that can be debated within the field of social robotics. For example, there are already a lot of companion animal-like bots in elderly care that are intensively discussed in medical ethics and bioethics as well. And a rather new and current development, for example, is the dolphin bot, developed by the company Edge Innovation. So you can, if you want to, I mean, not now, but maybe later on, you can just Google robotic dolphin by Edge Innovation and you will find a lot of very fascinating videos. I'm still very fascinated by that because you can't believe that this is a machine because they really behave and look like biological dolphins. And they are developed with the aim of, or advertised with the aim of replacing biological dolphins in zoos and aquariums while still enabling us humans to encounter the animals or at least their robot clones. Then there is also the big field of replacement of animals in experiments when, for example, the algorithms can predict the toxicity of a substance and therefore less animals are needed in experiments, which has a huge influence, of course, on animal individuals. And as a last example, I want to mention the search engines and recommendation systems that are based on algorithms with so-called speciesist bias. And what I mean with this, I will explain now. You may be familiar with the discussion about algorithmic fairness. That's a very important topic in AI ethics, and especially racist and sexist bias are intensively discussed. So if algorithms make some predictions with which they unjustly discriminate a group of people just because of their sex or race. And in the paper I cited here on the slide, colleagues and we argued that there are also a lot of speciesist bias that can be found in AI's algorithms, which first reproduce a very often highly problematic social human-animal relationship on a general level. And in terms of individual animals, they can at least indirectly cause animal suffering. And I brought some examples to hopefully better illustrate that. For example, I assume that you are all familiar with that if you're using a search engine of your choice and you are searching for the terms turkey, chicken, cow, or pig, what you will see are not pictures of the biological animals, but you will see cook recipes and a lot of pictures of meat. And if you see pictures of the biological animals, then it's on most often free-roaming, happy farmed animals, which is problematic because this doesn't represent the reality of most of the animals we raise for our food production. In regard to recommendation systems, there are a lot of recommendation systems that just, for example, recommend meat dishes first or recommend videos on social media that show cruelty towards animals. And in regard to the meat dishes, of course, you may argue that this definitely is in the interest of many people. And if we would train the algorithms in a way that they recommend plant-based dishes first, as we argue for in the paper, then one definitely needs to ask the important question according to whose values these algorithms are trained. However, I think that one can argue that regarding the highly negative impact of animal agriculture, global animal agriculture, on ecosystems and on climate change, this would not only be the value of a vegan minority, but it would also represent the values of groups that are concerned about climate change and biodiversity conservation, and therefore at least representing the values of a much bigger group. The last example I brought here is a Q&A task we did with GPT-3. It has been the GPT-3 version then. And when you are asking about animals and what animals are good for, it provides a lot of stereotypes regarding these animals. For example, if you are asking what are dogs for, the answers are companionship, herding, and protection. If you are asking what are hamsters for, the answer is running, eating, sleeping, and, very important, being cute. And what are cows for? The answer is milk, meat, leather, and pulling. And of course, this just perfectly reflects the status quo. However, if they are important and convincing arguments, and I would argue that they are indeed, that the status quo of our treatment of animals is morally problematic and should be modified, then it is rather misleading to train algorithms in a way that they perpetuate this status quo all the time. Because one challenge with algorithms is that they tend to reflect outdated values because they are trained with old data and therefore often not reflecting societal attempts to change something that is already being evaluated as negatively or as ethically problematic in a particular society. And of course, it's not yet a shared opinion that using farmed animals as resources is ethically problematic. However, once maybe bigger parts of society may come to this conclusion, it will be even harder to get rid of all the stereotypes regarding animals if they are embedded in the AI technologies we are using on an everyday basis. And that's why we are arguing that we should start now thinking about these speciesist bias as well as we do with the sexist and racist bias. So with this, I will end the first part of the talk, and I provided an overview of how AI technologies impact animals direct and indirectly, to hopefully give you some hint why I think it's important to talk about this in AI ethics as well. And I will now come to the second part of the talk and say a bit more about, oh, sorry. Oh no.
And now we switch to German.
That's horrible. I don't know what happened here. Oh no. So, I'm sorry, can we maybe make a very short break and change the presentation? I'm very sorry for that, but it's the wrong one. I have it on speak, I'm very sorry for that.
We all speak German.
I don't understand it. So I can continue now with the English version. I'm very sorry for that. I apologize. So, as I promised to do, I will now come to the second part of the talk and saying a bit more about the normativity of sustainable AI and the normative foundations of sustainability and also of sustainable AI. They are derived from the very influential Brundtland report, Our Common Future, of the year 1978, where it stated that, I quote, "Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising future generations' ability to meet their own needs," end quote. And deriving from this, there is a rather broad agreement among philosophers of sustainability that the overarching principle that sustainability builds on is the principle of intra- and intergenerational justice. And I just briefly want to note that in the talk, I will use the terms sustainable development and sustainability synonymously. Of course, they are coming with slightly different meanings, but for the purpose of this talk, it's okay and adequate to use them synonymously, as I will do in the following. And it's also a wide agreement among philosophers of sustainability that this overarching principle is meant in the sense of enabling a good life for individuals today and in the future. And to ensure this, to be able to enable a good life for individuals, what is needed is a fair distribution. A fair distribution of what, of course, needs to be discussed, so that indeed all present and future individuals can meet their needs, as it is claimed that it should be the case in this prominent quote. So to making this very abstract principle of intra- and intergenerational justice a little bit more concrete, what we need are theories of distributive justice. And to be further able to make statements about which needs are central to live a good life, what we also need are theories of the good life. So theory building in a sustainability context needs to take into account, again, global and intergenerational justice and aspects of these on a societal and ecological level. I would always prefer to speak of a socio-ecological level because these levels are so closely interrelated and influence each other so much, but it's very common in the discourse to speak about social and ecological sustainability. That's why I'm doing this often as well. And such a nuanced understanding of sustainability should inform the debate about sustainable AI, in my opinion. And I put so much emphasis on this because the current debate on sustainable AI is very much focusing on the ecological aspects of AI. And as important as this is, and I find it very important, nevertheless, it does not do justice to the meaning of sustainability, as sustainability or sustainable development is as much about the social impacts as it is about the ecological ones. But I think that this shortcoming can rather easily be overcome by linking the debate of sustainable AI more closely to sustainability's normative foundations. So this missing linkage to philosophy of sustainability is the first shortcoming of the current sustainable AI debate I mentioned in the beginning, and I will now also address the second shortcoming a bit more in detail. Namely, I will give some arguments why I think that sustainable AI should be discussed also from a non-anthropocentric perspective. And just to recapture the normative foundations of sustainability to make the abstract principle of intra- and intergenerational justice a bit more concrete are theories of distributive justice as well as theories of the good life. And in a non-anthropocentric perspective, it's important to note that both of these can and are indeed applied to animals. I brought some very few examples here where philosophers are doing this. In the following, I will not deal with Robert Garner's theory of justice for animals, but I will say a few words on the probably most influential theory of justice of our times, the one of John Rawls. And I will shortly, briefly come back to Nussbaum's capability approach as well. But before doing so, I will first say a few general words about animals in theories of justice, because within political philosophy, animals are very often excluded from the community of justice, and even philosophers who include them into the moral community often exclude animals from the community of justice. For example, Rawls himself argued that we have duties to animals, so he included them in the moral community, but he explicitly excluded them from his theory of justice. And there are a lot of different arguments existing to argue that animals should be excluded from the scope of justice, but in my opinion, most of them are not convincing. One very prominent argument is that justice should be something that rational beings owe to one another, and that means that non-rational beings like animals are excluded. One has to say that in our times, most philosophers, or rather all philosophers who are arguing like this, they nevertheless want to, luckily, include non-rational human beings into their theory of justice nevertheless. And therefore, very often so-called kind-of arguments are used. And these kind-of arguments are referring to different types of similarity. For example, it's argued that non-rational human beings belong to a species that is normally rational or naturally rational or potentially rational. And I think that all of these kind of arguments come along with the ethically problematic implicit assumptions. For example, to define a normal human being against which all the others are measured and seen as unnormal is extremely questionable, as also history has revealed in a lot of horrible events. And to, for example, refer to what human beings are naturally, on the one hand, leads to a moral exaggeration of the natural, which is mostly not caught up argumentatively. And on the other hand, I think one can ask why a high cognitive ability should be more natural than a lower one if both occur in natural human reproduction. So I have said this because I think in arguing that the most prominent arguments to exclude animals from the scope of justice are not convincing, we may have at least a very weak first argument to include them, or at least to start thinking about including them. And I will now come to another argument to possibly include them in a theory of justice. And I will come to a short excursion to Rawls, not because I want to go into detail about contractualist theories of justice now, but because, of course, Rawls' theory of justice is one of the most influential. And I think it's important and interesting to point out that the arguments he makes for including, for example, children and cognitively disabled people can also be applied to animals. For Rawls, the principles of justice apply to those who are moral subjects. And he defines moral subjects as beings who make rational plans for their lives and who have the desire to apply and act accordingly to the principles of justice. This narrow definition excludes many humans as well as most other animals. A conception of justice that applies only to moral agents defined in this way would be extremely exclusive, even with respect to human beings. And Rawls himself wanted to counter this, as we can see with this quote. So I quote John Rawls: "It needs to be emphasized that a sufficient condition of equal justice, the capacity for moral personality, is by no means obligatory. Furthermore, people probably have different capacities for a sense of justice, but this is no reason to deny the less able the full protection of justice." Accordingly, for Rawls, the capacity for a sense of justice is a natural capacity like other natural capacities, and it's present in varying degrees among individuals of a species. However, it is very unlikely that certain natural capacities first appear in Homo sapiens sapiens. It is more likely that many important human capacities are found in other vertebrate species as well, even if sometimes in a greatly weakened form. And with respect to children, Rawls argues that the minimal requirement of moral personhood refers to the disposition for the capacity and not for its realization. And the capacity, and even more the disposition for the capacity for moral behavior and altruism, can also be found in the animal kingdom, especially in other mammals and especially in social mammals, as also Mark Bakoff and Jessica Pierce have pointed out in this book, which is just one single example of a lot of research done on this proto-morality and the capacity of animals for altruism and moral behavior. And they highlight many examples of the disposition for morality and reflective ability that is present in certain other animals. And with this, I want to argue that Rawls' quote could also be applied to animals, so that they should also not be denied the full protection of justice, as Rawls himself argues for children and cognitively disabled people. And that means that even contractualist theories of justice can be applied to animals, as it's also done by a lot of others, or not a lot, but by other philosophers, like Mark Rowlands and Mark Cockleberg. And these are the theories of justice most difficult to argumentatively include animals. But it is possible to do so in a, I think, convincing way. And another approach to justice that includes animals is, for example, the capability approach of Martha Nussbaum. And I will say a few words on this because, as I mentioned earlier, to clarify the question of what should be distributed or bequeathed to whom and in what way, which is a very important question in the philosophy of sustainability. Therefore, we need a conception of what is central to a good life. And Martha Nussbaum's capability approach is an important theory of a good life in which she relates the good to the just and thereby outlines a eudaimonistic inspired theory of justice that also addresses good life. And she herself extended it to animals in the Frontiers of Justice, where she argues that other animals also possess the capabilities that are central to her capabilities approach, and where she argues that all members of the community of justice should be able to transform these capabilities into activities, and if they are not able, they should be enabled to establish a just society where everyone can live a good life. Here you can see the list of the 10 capabilities Nussbaum highlights, but I don't want to go through them. I just want to mention that what I think is interesting is that she uses the same capabilities for animals as she uses or has developed for humans a few years before. And the reason why I think that the capability approach is a valuable concretization of the normative foundations of sustainability is because it allows us to make claims about the good lives of animals in a more sophisticated way than other approaches. And this is because for each of these 10 capabilities, it is empirically verifiable that at least sentient animals possess this capability. And for each of these 10 capabilities, it's also normatively justifiable that it is significant for the life of animals. And that means that the capability approach allows for statements about the good life of animals that go beyond what is physiologically measurable, and thereby it provides results that go beyond the ones in animal welfare science that are, of course, important, but sometimes they are, well, I think really reductionist when it comes to animals because they only rely on what is measurable. And we would not rely on such reductionist perspective in terms of a good life for our fellow humans. And I think we should also not do so for fellow animals. Because for humans we agree that non-measurable things like political participation or education are also quite important for a good life. And having said all of these, I conclude from that the normative foundations of sustainability, namely global and intergenerational justice, as being concretized with the theories of a good life and theories of distributive justice, they can, and I think they also should, be convincingly applied to animals. And that means that animals should no longer be excluded from the sustainability discourse as it is most often the case still today. And as I have argued before, I think that the sustainable AI debate should be linked more closely to the normative foundations of sustainability. I conclude from that also that the sustainable AI debate should include animals and not be poorly anthropocentrically discussed. And with this, I will just say a few last words. And in terms of the overarching questions of the workshop, which AI can help saving the planet, I unfortunately cannot give answers to that, but I want to briefly summarize what, in my view, is important when evaluating if an AI system is truly sustainable. And then I hope that truly sustainable AI at least doesn't make the planet worse off, which would be a good first step for saving it. So, to evaluate if an AI system is truly sustainable, one must take into account its overall impacts on a social and an ecological level for humans and for animals living today and living in the future. And obviously, this is a highly complex endeavor that may very easily be completely overwhelming. But I nevertheless think that it's important to keep in mind that, at least in theory, it is that difficult to evaluate whether an AI system is truly sustainable to prevent some kind of green or social or ethics washing of the technology. And to just say a very few last words, however, I think from a rather application-oriented perspective, from environmental or animal or AI ethics approaches that for which it's important to provide some ethical orientation and guidance for AI researcher, developer, and user, we should be able to say a little bit more, and I think to do so, we need arguments how to prioritize between all of these 6 levels in cases of conflicts that will arise a lot of. And from an application point of view, it seems rather useless to say that an AI system is only sustainable if its impact will be positive on all of these 6 levels, because this probably won't be the case in just any single case. So therefore, again, arguments are needed as to which levels can be prioritized over others in which contexts. And taking all of these 6 levels into account, such arguments have not been provided yet in the sustainable AI debate, so this is an important research gap that should be filled. And to fill this gap, the debate on AI ethics and sustainable AI can and should, in my opinion, again, draw on the philosophy of sustainability, where questions of balancing the interests of present and future generations have been discussed intensively. And yeah, obviously with this conclusion, I have not provided answer as to which specific AI system can be considered as sustainable, but I have hopefully provided some thoughts on what I think that needs to be considered for an ethical evaluation of this question. And with that, I thanks a lot for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
Should now invite Peter Urban to give his response.
So hello everyone again. Let me start with a big expression of appreciation to Leonie for presentation and for especially the work which is behind this lecture. And that's a series of wonderful publications dating back in starting 2015, where Leonie and her colleagues put this important topic on the agenda, which I think is an incredibly valuable contribution. So that's also why I'm so happy that Leonie accepted the invitation and came to give this keynote here. My role will be somehow limited or was limited by the fact that I had access to mainly the published papers, and I had an access to the outline of this talk. And as you will see, so there will be one point at least in my comment which is related to what was not directly said in this talk today. So anyway, let me start with the first one, which is I would like to focus on the concepts of sustainable development and sustainability as it plays the role in Leonie's argument. So the overall argument, which is developed through numerous papers co-authored between 2015 and 2023, goes as follows. Sustainable development discourse has been predominantly anthropocentric, yet there are solid moral reasons for including non-human animals' interests, both present and future, in the social development discourse. Thus, the discourse needs to be transformed and extended from a non-anthropocentric perspective to consider also the non-human animals and their interests. And there is the second step, which we have seen in the conclusions right a while ago, that when applied to the debate on sustainable AI, so when discussing the sustainable use of AI technologies, it is important to consider not only the harms and benefits inflicted by the use of AI to humans, but also the harms and benefits inflicted by the use of AI to non-human animals. Now, one of the axioms of this argument obviously lies in the contention that it is useful and fruitful to approach the burning issues of our contemporary world within the normative framework of sustainable development and sustainability. In a very recent paper, 2023, Leonie and Thilo Hagendorf argue for, I quote, the necessity of a transformation toward more sustainable societies, so necessity for transformation, unquote. Simply put, sustainable development, sustainability is desirable, therefore we should rethink and reform our practices and societies to make them more sustainable. Of course, as we have seen in the lecture, and it's very obvious in these numerous publications, so the call for, that there is a call for a philosophically demanding approach to the concept of sustainability in Leonie's take. For example, in a paper co-written with Bossert, Leonie argues or critically observes that despite the prominence, I quote, despite the prominence of the term sustainability in nearly all societal realms, the term is often used without being aware of its normative meaning and background, unquote. So they call for a sophisticated, philosophically demanding understanding of sustainability, by which they primarily mean an understanding which, first, views social and ecological aspects of sustainability as intertwined. So that's the socio-ecological sustainability mentioned here before. And second, which links the notion of sustainability to its normative foundations. So the theories of distributive justice and theories of the good life. And here, as we have seen, Nussbaum's capability approach is taken as a particularly useful specification of the normative foundations. Now, as it is quite well known, sustainability and sustainability development are heavily criticized concepts and frameworks, and the range of scholarly criticism of sustainability is wide. So some critics, for example, argued, I quote, that sustainability represents a pernicious and corrosive doctrine that has survived primarily because there seems to be no alternative to it, to its canon. in effect, its bipartisan appeal has depressed critical engagement and nurtured politics, unquote. Some more concrete arguments which are in the background of this critical view are, for example, sustainable development and sustainability are creating a sort of a positive myth which has the power to distract from irreconcilable priorities and sideline the radical critiques of exploitation of poorer countries by imperial powers. So, for example, Bendel, in a recent paper, 2022, argues that the sustainable development became a systemic greenwash, undermining challenges to structural power. The apparently apolitical quality of sustainable development was actually highly political in its consequences. The standard arguments then are center around, for example, the idea of the fixation of sustainable development, sustainability discourse on economic growth. Second, there is the older tradition of the criticism of the development, international development discourse, which reminds us of this discourse being Eurocentric, and including a hierarchical ideology which is implicit in it, so that the discourse denigrates non-Western, non-modern, and non-industrialized ways of life as inferior and in need of changing to make them more like developed nations. And specifically with relationship to these famous United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Bendel argues that summarizes halfway into the period allocated for those goals, which is reaching the goals in 2030, official analyses show that there is no significant progress, there is much regress, and the goals cannot be met. A transdisciplinary review of the criticisms of sustainable development reveals that this failure was anticipated due to the ideological flaws of both the concept and the economic systems that it aligns with. So let me jump to what is the thought based on thinking about the criticism which is here in the background and relating it to the proposal that Leonie and co-authors formulate. So there is this call which comes from the criticism side to leave sustainability and sustainable development framework behind and to look for alternatives that would help us to think about, let's say, these, for example, responsible ways of using AI and not calling them sustainable AI. So, for example, Berkman and Solomon, 2021, they argue for replacing the concept of sustainability by the concept of environmental justice, which is, by the way, quite close, I would say, to some hints that are included in Leonie's and Thilo Hagendorf's paper, where they speak of this socio-ecological justice instead of sustainability. And instead of, that would be the proposal, instead of developing abstract theories about sustainable AI or human-centered AI, so that we should rather promote a critical AI discourse which anchors environmental justice in AI within specific community and institutional practices. And thus, it situates it within and helps reveal intertwined lineages of oppression. So that would be critical AI discourse as an alternative. And I would propose that a similar alternative approach might be taken with respect to AI and non-human animals. So this alternative would primarily consist in connecting critical AI discourse with critical animal studies, with the aim to explore the political and economic conditions of the relationship to non-human animals, which in the current socio-political and economic system consist essentially in the relationship of ownership, exploitation, and oppression. By the way, Bossert and Bossert themselves are hinting in this direction in 2015 paper. I would suggest that instead of attempting to save the notion of sustainability and sustainable AI by linking it to more closely with, for example, Nussbaum's theory of the good life, and calling for the promotion of well-being and flourishing of individual non-human animals within sustainable AI discourse, we may follow the direction of critical animal studies in identifying and analyzing the structures of oppression and exploitation of non-human animals, and connect it to the critical AI discourse when discussing the responsible use of AI technologies. So that was, I see that I took a lot of time for the first one, but the second point would be on the notion of sentientism, which actually plays a crucial role in the moral argument for including animals in the sustainable development discourse in all the papers. And it was not here, and I would love to then maybe hear why, maybe if you have reasons to not to use this argument of sentientism in animal ethics anymore. And I just prepared a couple of comments, so I will really just run through them. There are these classical or some classical argument against sentientism and in animal ethics that reminds us of the issue of, there is, the question is, so does sentientism really represent a non-anthropocentric perspective? Especially there is this idea of why should other living beings have some core commonalities with humans to deserve moral concern, and of course sentience would be the capacity to feel pain and pleasure, would be another kind of argument. There are some alternatives like the care ethical critique, which you mentioned with Bossert, which goes against this kind of similarity and kind of argument. And then the issue of dualism, so that you are, by using, or the framework of sentientism is sort of inviting a kind of dual vision of the beings that are sentient versus beings that are non-sentient, and it draws the distinction line between what might be called like lower animals that can be treated with no moral concern. And the alternative here, of course, would be to looking at those conceptions that work with the life-mind continuity thesis, and those that create a more holistic and continuity-based perspective. So I would here maybe offer some biocentric approaches centered around the idea of interdependence, vulnerability, and reminding the value of biodiversity, and so leaving the sentientism framework. And finally, and this is something which was included in the talk actually, that's the methodological individualism. That's my final point. So if only pain and pleasure of the individual, or we can talk now about needs, as you have it linked to Nussbaum. So if needs of individuals count, how shall we approach the harm, violence, exploitation, destruction toward entire animal population and species? So shall we think of it only as a sum of individual pain and pleasure? How about the value of biodiversity? So is it morally irrelevant, or its moral relevance is only derived from feelings of pleasure and pain of individual sentient animals? And again, I hope, or I think here, perhaps a more holistic and systemic approach might be appropriate, which would allow to account for the normative complexity of the non-trivially intertwined interests of all the different forms of life on the earth.
I think with we were late during the dinner. We started half an hour later, so we should have like 15 minutes. For, let's have at least some Q&A from the audience. Yes, but I wonder if Leonie, if you would like to no disrespect, Peter, but if you want to maybe concentrate on just pick just few points, because Peter had so many comebacks that.
Yeah, there was so much in it, I don't really know where to start, but I think I will focus on the aspect of sentientism. I just excluded it because I didn't want the talk to become some kind of introductory lesson to animal ethics, but I'm still sticking to the sentientist approach, despite all the criticism. But I want to say a few words about it because I haven't introduced it, so I haven't introduced my personal approach to it. And for me, this isn't an approach that seeks for core commonalities with human beings, because I definitely think it is really important to value other animals in the way they are, and not just because they are similar to us. Like, the similarities to us humans shouldn't be important. And I don't think sentience is important because we humans are sentient. For me, sentience is important because it's a precondition for having interests. And an individual who has interests in the strong sense, for me, should, like, how we treat this individual should be evaluated differently than how we treat individuals without these strong interests on their own. And that doesn't mean that it's morally neutral how to treat individuals without these strong interests, but for me it really makes a difference, because I think if you are sentient and you are able to feel pain and pleasure and all the other emotions and effects, it is something different for you to be in the world, and it means something else for you how you are treated than if you miss this. And that's the reason why I still stick with this sentientist approach for arguing which individuals should be included in the moral community. But I think when it comes to questions how we should treat different kinds of animals, it's not only pain and pleasure that should lead us or should guide us to some answers. And I think I take a contextualist approach to animal ethics, because I think in terms when to really be able to say how we should treat particular animals, it is very important to take our relations to them into account. Because we have, with different relations, different responsibilities come along, etc. Yeah, but in terms of, like, your critique on this very individualist account, I mean, I think it's very important to keep on highlighting that we are not like isolated entities, and we depend on the relationships with others and nature and technology so much. So I totally share this criticism of very individualist approaches. Nevertheless, I think that they are important because, yeah, if you are a being that can be harmed, it's important that we have good arguments to reason for it, that this individual should not be harmed. Yeah, and that's why I personally think it is something different if we harm, or we should evaluate it differently. If we harm or torture an individual animal, sentient animal, than if a species is going extinct, because that species are going extinct is problematic from several reasons, but a species doesn't have interests. A species does not have interests in a strong sense, and that's why I think we need to evaluate this differently. Maybe I leave it with that.
Thank you again. We still have time for a few. So maybe first, remind me of name, please. Andres, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Leonie, for this very, very interesting talk. And I also go to the question of sentience, because it's very difficult to draw the line. And as you know, as you probably know, recent research shows that so many more species show sentience. For example, fruit flies suffer from chronic pain, and bees can be euphoric or depressive, and jumping spiders have REM dreams. And so what about extending sentience to all life and work from that? And even if somebody might accuse me of biocentrism, extending sentience, as life is always interrelated with non-life, to everything, and then work from that and not have any binary anymore, as do indigenous cultures, actually, who do have environmental ethics, which are very functional. What about this radical suggestion?
Yes, thanks a lot. I am sympathetic with biocentric approaches. Nevertheless, as I just said, I think for me it's really a strong moral intuition that it is something special if an individual has interests and can be harmed because of these strong interests. So for me it is important to draw a line somewhere, because I still think it is different. It must be evaluated differently if I kill a pig or if I just kill a tree or a worm. With these scientist arguments, I'm just trying to put this strong moral intuition in ethical arguments. But I, of course, have to bite the bullet that it's very difficult to draw the line, and I completely need to, I'm depending on empirical studies for that. And we all know that empirical studies are dependent on worldviews, etc. So this is highly problematic. I know, I'm aware of that, and I'm willing to bite this bullet. I think that there are strong arguments also from the empirical studies, from the life science, that insects, crustaceans, and cephalopods are sentient. So we are definitely not stick with the vertebrate group. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say with it, because I think for me it's necessary to have arguments at hand to argue that the treatment of a sentient animal is different than how I treat a tree or a microbe, despite I never want to say that it's morally irrelevant or neutral how we treat all these other living beings. Just we need other arguments for that. That's my take.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to come back to the capability approach and Nussbaum and your take on this, because I'm thinking about the criticism that has been addressed to Nussbaum as, you know, a privileged white liberal woman from the West providing a universalist account for all women. And then she replied, oh no, come on, I had a focus group with women in Asia and we discovered this list of capabilities together. So I was thinking, is this more participatory approach applicable also to animals? Or if you use a capability approach, it will be still kind of dualistic in the way that, okay, we humans, we should protect animals. So like justice as the duty to protect animals. Or do you think that we could kind of develop a participatory ethics, capability ethics from Nussbaum? It's a real question, really. I'm wondering what you think about this possibility. Yeah.
I mean, I share the criticism that Nussbaum's approach is, of course, a very Western approach. And there come a lot of problems with that because she claims it to be universal. But what I like about it, being aware of this criticism, is that I think with the hinting towards the fact that empirical studies show that also animals, well, at least some animals, but more than we maybe think in the first time, a lot of animals also possess these capabilities that we humans possess. I think it leads to a good direction to make people aware of that, yeah, we are to get rid of this thinking about human superiority and get rid of this paradigm of, yeah, human superiority and human chauvinism. That's a rather pragmatic argument and not a really philosophical one. But therefore, I think her approach is very useful.
If I may, just a short comment on this. So the idea of participatory approach in animal ethics here, I think it's something which is closely connected to some of the positive uses of AI to non-human animals, which is a lot of wonderful research which is currently done on AI decoding animal languages, and it's really like totally groundbreaking issue where we are, due to use of AI technologies, capable of sort of perceiving things in non-human animal world that we have never been before, and also understanding much more what are the needs, maybe if we want to stick with the Nussbaum's framework, which I would not be the advocate of at all. But if we want to stick there with that, so then the needs are kind of better to be understood through through these new technologies that are used in understanding the non-human animal world. So I think that a sort of participatory dynamics is maybe something like improving our understanding through these possibilities that we currently have, and using them not to exploit, but using them to better identify what are the needs and what are the interests of that particular individuals or species, etc.
Just a small remark that what I also like very much is that she argues that individuals should not only be able to transform their capabilities into activities, but they should be enabled. So it forces us to also think more about what animals, how we could, help animals with living a flourishing life, as we do with a lot of other humans that need some like guidance or help to participate in society, and to think about how we can make animals participate in our human or interspecies societies is also, I think, where the approach is very helpful.
Now, maybe related to this, so as far as I know, the problem is that all applications of AI come at the expense of the environment. So all the AI applications are polluting significantly. And that is sometimes why people say human intelligence first. If a human cannot solve it, or we can only apply AI in case human intelligence is really significantly not sufficient. And I was wondering, listening to your talk and also to the comment, can we not extend this to, on the one hand, animal intelligence? So you can say your examples of animal husbandry. Can we not say human intelligence first before we use AI to treat animals? But also, maybe we have to reflect a little bit more or broaden the understanding of intelligence, because there's also a lot of intelligence in nature, in ecosystems, that is not so much individual agency, but it's more based on collaboration, for instance. And is that not maybe then the way forward for an understanding of this sustainability that is more appropriate for the use in case of animals and the environment? That was just my thought.
Yes, just maybe a small remark to that in terms of using the human intelligence when dealing with animals instead of the AI. I definitely would agree that we should do this, and we have to think about a lot how we use our intelligence to treat them in a better way and in a more respectful way. It's just that, well, I think I'm a bit pessimistic in terms of that these AI systems will be used for them anyways, so we better reflect on that from an ethical point of view now and try to modify it a little bit. Yeah, and I also think it's important in terms of this aspect that AI applications always come at the expense of the environment, that we start questioning more which AIs we really want. Because just because we can, we should not use all of them all the time.
All right, so with that, let's close this part and another round of applause. The next speaker, Cohen, are you with us? Are you hidden in the background? Yes. Yes. All right. So Cohen Kramer is joining us from all the way from the Netherlands because as an environmentally minded person, he didn't want to make a short trip using airplane, just just to fly in for a day, right? And he could not commit for longer to make a trip by train. And I hope that since we have this delay, I hope that we have not ruined your program for today too much. But without I should say that this is such a Dutch event, right? That you're, I think, involved at least partially at the same university as Vincent Blok at Wageningen, right? So it's great that you're joining us because you work on issues similar to Leonie, Bossert, and without any further ado, I'll give you a floor. So please, Cohen Kramer.
animal technology and ethics. And one approach to do this would be to consider the fact that these technologies have on animals, and more particularly the impact they have on interests that animals have and that we recognize as ethically considerable, such as the welfare and integrity, telos, and what have you. And then consider, so how does this impact depend on this, how we have designed to use the technologies, and can we maybe change this for the better. But the approach we take in this paper is to consider how the use of design and technology impacts on the relation between humans and animals. So not directly what this means for to what extent animals' interests are being enriched upon or being promoted, but the relation between humans and animals. And in the paper, we use technological mediation theory as a theoretical framework to address this issue, and well, conclude fairly quickly that at least on a theoretical level, extending this framework to considering human-animal relations and how human-animal relations may be mediated by technology is actually quite straightforward. It's not that difficult. And this opens up some quite interesting perspectives for an ethics of human-animal relations as mediated by technology. But again, that is mainly at a theoretical perspective, and so this needs to be supplemented, so at least we argue, by developing targeted empirical approaches to actually, in case studies or particular questions, address also the empirical challenges that you face when you address human-animal relations and how they are mediated by technologies. So I'm going to talk you through all this sort of a forward look into the presentation as well. So first, technological mediation theory, what is this about? Well, negatively, it's basically the rejection of technological instrumentalism. So it's the idea that technologies are not just neutral tools. So the technological mediation theory usually starts, identified with Heidegger as its founding father in a sense, who basically argued that modern technology is not just a means to an end, but reveals nature as a standing reserve of resources. So it's just not something reduced to some end, but makes us see and reveal nature in a particular and a different way. And Don Eide has built on this idea. Well, on the one hand, Heidegger was accused of being essentialist in the sense that modern technology would all make us see nature in the world in the same way. Eide is interested in distinguishing between different ways in which technology shapes how we see the world. And the world here includes not just our physical environment, but also other human beings and ourselves. And I will go into these relations later. But for the overview, so Eide says that technologies can influence how we see the world. Latour added that technologies also influence or shape how we act towards the world, ourselves, and others. And Paul Beek also developed an interest and ideas about how these technologies then shape our perceptions and actions in a morally significant way. So having this moral perspective. And this idea is actually, well, quite easy to expand to human-animal relations. It's just being sort of, well, maybe a kind of anthropocentric bias in technological mediation theory that animals weren't included explicitly, at least, among the others towards which we have relations that can be mediated by technology, but it's not difficult to add that to the theory. So, well, one idea would be maybe that animals would be revealed by modern technology as standing reserves of resources in a Heideggerian spirit, which would face the same criticism maybe that it is essentialist. Yes, there probably are many technologies that make us see and treat animals as a standing reserve of resources, but we should at least look more broadly to see whether other human-animal relations are possible and are supported or influenced by technology. So what we try to do in our paper is paint a broader picture of the different ways in which human perceptions and actions towards animals are mediated by technology. So one way in which perception is mediated by technology, according to Don Heidi, is by means of the embodiment relation. So this is the idea that humans use technology in a sort of as an extension of their bodies, by which they experience the world. And so for example, its famous example is of a telescope. So you sort of form a temporary unity with the telescope, and then we'll look at the moon, and that enables you to see things that you normally would not see. But this is, and at the one hand, what you see is isomorphic to what you would see if you weren't using the technology. So the moon has the same shape and the same color as it would have if you weren't using the technology. But at the same time, there is a kind of amplification reduction going on. So the moon appears much larger than it would otherwise, and so you're able to see all kinds of details that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. But at the same time, your scope of vision is much more narrow, and you don't see the moon's relation to other constellations, other bodies in the sky. So this is relevant according to Heidi because it shapes how we see things, and this can also be extended to animals. So, for example, you can place cameras inside the nests of birds, and then we can see and witness the birds as if we were there, and we see them roughly as we would see them if we were present, but just not disturbing their activities. And here there may be a similar amplification reduction structure going on. So we see things we wouldn't otherwise see because we just wouldn't fit in the nest box, but we would be allowed in the nest box either by the bird itself. But there are also certain things that we don't see. So obviously we don't install cameras in the nest of every kind of bird. We may install them in nest boxes of birds that are particularly charismatic, for example, that people want to see. But there may be uninteresting birds, for example, that we know nothing about, the general public isn't very interested in and don't see footage of, simply because the camera's not there. So we see some things, but we don't see others. This is also then the second kind of technological mediation, or the second kind of mediation of our perception, which I call the hermeneutic mediation. So this is the idea that sometimes we use technology to create a representation of the world, and then we as humans interpret this representation. And here we have the same idea of simplification and reduction going on in a slightly different way, because what is represented is non-isomorphic to the representation. So the representation takes a different shape. It may be just numbers, for example, or a very simplified pictorial thing. And here the idea is so the things that are represented in the picture or the representation, you see these get amplified milk they gave, how much they've eaten, but maybe not how it feels, for example. And so maybe you miss out something that is ethically interesting. The third type of mediation of perception is the authority relation. So the idea here is that as humans, we're sometimes focusing on technology as such, not as a means to be engaging with someone else, not as a representation, for example, but just the technology as an endpoint of our intentional directedness. And this means that other things receive the background of our perception. So this also happens with animals, as you may know from personal experience when you're looking to television, for example, or on your mobile devices, you're not engaging in most cases actively with your pets, and this means that sort of the animal recedes in the background, whereas technology is foregrounded in your experience. The fourth type of mediation of perception is background relation. The idea here is that technology shapes the background against which you interact with other entities. In this case, animals. So, the example by Ivy was of a heating system. You don't regularly experience the heating system itself, but it changes your interaction with other people who are in your house, for example, because, well, you have an atmosphere that allows you to do certain things or have certain kinds of interactions. And this is also possible with animals. So one example may be if you have a drone who walks your dog while you're at the office, then you don't really experience the drone, but your dog will behave differently when you come home, and you maybe don't have to go on a walk, but you'll do different things with the dog, and the dog will also respond differently to you. Technological mediation of practical relations, then, so we've had four types of mediation of perception. There's also mediation of practice, based more on Latour than on Ivy, and the idea is that technologies can invite or inhibit certain behaviors by making them more appealing or easier, or just making them possible in the first place, or by making them impossible or attractive or difficult, and in that way have an influence on how we in fact act in the world. In my interpretation, at least, this is a combination of design and the psychological features. So Latour's famous examples are of driving belt, which gives off an annoying beep if you don't buckle up. And this doesn't really force you to wear the belt, but, well, given the psychological makeup of humans, we normally find this very annoying, and we end up buckling up instead of driving around unprotected. The same for this other famous example, the speed bump. It's a combination of the design that it will damage your car if you pass it with great velocity, and our psychological makeup that we don't want to wreck our car and walk for the rest of our lives. Here we think that there are also some interesting things to consider. So one example that's been suggested is that social media, Instagram in particular, have led to different demands for particular kinds of dogs. So some breeds of dogs would be considered Instagrammable or cute to see on pictures, such as pugs, even though they often have all kinds of physiological issues. They're considered cute, and there are all kinds of organizations around pugs and social media, because they're just hyped on social media, basically. Whereas black dogs would be very difficult to photograph favorably, so you would not very often end up with a picture, as you see on the screen right now, which isn't a very good picture for your social media. and that would have led to decreased demand for black dogs. Another example, all kinds of veterinary innovations have been developed, which on one hand invite treating your dog rather than putting it down, for example, when it's having all kinds of physiological issues. Well, maybe that's a good thing, but maybe on the other hand, there's also a risk that deciding to end the life of a dog becomes more difficult and maybe in some cases too difficult, and that you end up treating your dog, or trying to treat your dog, even though it's not having a life or living anymore. I'm not saying that this is necessary, but the point is that these technologies make this possible, and given also how we already relate to animals, make certain kinds of actions possible, or maybe even probable. So we think that this approach to human-animal relations has certain prospects or advantages. So it's a framework for considering the impact on technology, of technology on human-animal relations that goes beyond just seeing technology as a means to an end, and it motivates asking particular questions. So one of these questions is, so how are ethically significant human perceptions and treatments of animals co-shaped by technologies? So we have a section in the paper on instrumentalization, noting that instrumentalization is a significant issue within animal ethics, but there's rarely any consideration of what the role of technology really is in instrumentalization. The assumption often seems to be that technologies are just, the means by which humans realize their instrumentalizing intentions towards animals, but if this theory is correct, then it may also be true that technologies can help us see animals as means to our ends. And that's a very different kind of question that we're considering. Another question coming from the other way around, really, so not starting from the time of human-animal relation, but from particular technology, then you can ask, so what does this technology mean for human-animal relations? And does it influence them in ethically significant ways? So I'm not an expert on AI, but I find this example very funny. A friend of mine is into generative AI and mainly generating fantasy-style pictures. And he once showed me these pictures. And the prompt apparently was given writing Dwayne Johnson into battle. And I thought that was incredibly interesting because reading the prompt, you could also interpret it the other way around, that Gibbon would be on the back of Dwayne Johnson. At least that's my understanding of English and prompts. But apparently the AI inferred that the human should be on the back of the Gibbon and not the other way around. And we gave a much better talk about this than I can, but it seems to me that the AI has sort of inferred this species bias that was in the images on which it's been trained and reproduced them in this picture. And that raises the question, can we do something about this? Can we change the AI in a way, or train them in a different way, so that this is counteracted in some way? Another question, how can technology be used in design support positive human-animal relations, also related to the previous issue? So this is an example of a technology which allowed humans on a tablet to play with pigs somewhere in a pig shed, and the pig, both the human and the pig, could interact with the game in certain ways and achieve certain goals together. And the idea was, at least to an extent, to see whether humans could bond with these animals more, or have at least positive interactions and relations to pigs. Well, obviously, there are also quite great challenges to extending this to human-animal amount of users, but at least a number of them, and this also means that if you use it in a different way, then maybe you have a different relation to the world. So the milking robot, for example, farmers use it quite differently. Some just say, okay, I just put it in the shed, and cows have to figure out what to do with it, and if they don't, then we'll just take out the cow because they're not fit for this system, and others will go to great lengths to teach individual cows to go to milking robots, and do what is expected of her to a certain extent, and which is also, by the way, important for her unhealthy issues like this. These different ways of using this technology may imply different human-animal relations, which is makes thinking about how technology impacts on human-animal relations difficult. But then, in this case, you also have animals using the technology differently. You get sort of a multi-stability on steroids, because animals also express agency towards technology. So there are indeed individual cows who just keep on resisting going to milking robot. And even in the case of a documentary called The Mystery of the Milking Robots, the picture which you see on the right hand, entire herds of cows are refusing to go into the milking robot. And that had quite an impact on the relation between those cows and the farmer involved. So, makes things even more difficult.
Cohen, I hate to. Cohen?
The micro and macro perception are codependent. So, on the one hand, there is the perception of an individual animal, an individual case.
Cohen?
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt. Do you want to leave some, I don't know, 10 minutes for Q&A too?
Yeah, I have two more slides.
All right.
Yeah.
So then I propose we planned a longer break originally. So I propose that we leave roughly 10 minutes for Q&A for Cohen's talk, and we'll be done by 4, and then only 15-minute break afterwards, and then we start at 4:15 the last session, last afternoon session. So sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, finish your talk.
Thanks for giving us some time to finish. So on the one hand, there can be this particular perception of this particular chicken when someone is working on the genome of this chicken and deciding whether it's a suitable chicken to go into the breeding program, for example. Then you might say, this perception of this chicken is mediated by our genetic technologies, makes her perceive this particular chicken in a particular way. But then there is also a more generalized, culturally embedded perception, which has been called geneticization by some, that we tend to see animals in general, and life in general, as determined by their genetic characteristics. And this is like a more general idea which interacts with the more specific idea. So the specific idea that this chicken can be understood appropriately or adequately by understanding her genetics is sort of fueled by this more general idea, but it also seems to reinforce this general idea, or at least this more general idea also seems to relate to more specific ideas. But how this works, this is quite difficult to investigate. And then the final slide, there's also certainly also in animals a strong interrelation between how we see animals and how we treat them. So on the one hand, how we see animals affects how we treat them. So if we see them as just dumb beings which don't have any interests that we need to consider morally, then we're likely to treat them that way. But if we already see them as having interests that are morally relevant, then we will probably treat them in that way. But on the other hand, it's also the other way around also applies. So if we treat animals as just mere units of production and put them into a system where they can hardly be more than that, then that's what we will see. We won't see those particular kinds of agency which we might otherwise see, for example. So I'll leave it at that to just move to the questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. It's all right. Thank you. Questions? Personally, I admire that. I'll just finish this. I admire that. I had no idea that Heidegger and his followers can be made so useful. So, in such a particular way. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. I just want to dive a little bit more into, do you investigate in your paper as well how the social human-animal relationships are formed by technology and like the perception of animals that comes along with your research? Because you addressed it at several points, but I think during your talk we could have seen different perception of animals, because on the one hand you are discussing this milking robots which are used in the current system of, well, let's call it animal exploitation, or let's call it animal agriculture. It's of course evaluated differently from different animal ethics perspectives, but then on the other side you are also addressing a lot of, yeah, you mentioned several times that how we see animals is closely related to how we treat them, etc. Yeah, I'm just curious to hear more about the research you are doing on this ethical question and your personal opinion maybe on yeah, if we should use the technology to allow animals to flourish within the current system or to overcome the system, or maybe both. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. So one thing that comes to mind is I think it's easier to investigate how the macro perception of animals influences our micro perceptions than the other way around. So if you, for example, conduct field work on dairy farms and speak a lot with farmers, then we will sort of hit at the general views that they hold towards their animals, and you can use that to sort of explain how they act in individual cases. The other way around, and how it's mediated by technology, is probably much more difficult. But you also asked, so how do I see this? Should we use technology to improve animal lives within the current system, or should we opt for a very different kind of system? I think both options are sort of can be explored on this framework, in the sense that well, one thing I'm very interested in, maybe I'm sort of drifting away from what you asked, but we can follow up on that, I suppose, is how the more general views that humans have of animals can be changed by means of technology. So, for example, social media or documentaries can we sort of use those to show animals in a different light, even to humans who think of animals as not morally considerable or dumb or things like that. I think there are sometimes very surprising documentaries or social media posts where you see animals perform kinds of agential behavior that you wouldn't expect, for example, or animals helping each other, or things like that. So I think there is certainly opportunities to be explored for how a more positive human-animal relation in general can be fostered from antibiotic technology, and also to foster a perception of animals as that is something that would be interesting to explore. But also, I don't think it excludes trying to do something on a more practical level in the systems that there are now. I mean, personally, I'm more than willing to also engage in non-ideal animal ethics and trying to see, okay, where can we make improvements just that are realistically achievable within a short time frame, but that doesn't exclude that we should also be thinking about the longer term and what's possible there. That was a long answer and probably not very to the point, but
Hi, Koen. So starting off, congratulations with your new position. I'm sure I'll see you around. So I was wondering, you've been now mainly in this topic, thanks for your presentation, looking at the relation on human, and then you have generally with ID, with brackets or arrows, technology, and then Wilton, in this case, animal. But do you think it would make sense to also turn it around and see how animals engage in different relations with technology, and how you would have animal, technology, world, or human being? Would that make sense?
Yeah, that's actually a large part of what I've done in my previous research project among the cows. Just also not just seeing how cows interact with technology, but also how the technology influences how cows interact with one another. So, for example, there are some technologies that introduce scarcity of goods that cows really desire in the cow shed. So, concentrated feed boxes, for example, they just seem to often induce agonistic interactions among cows, for example. That is just one example of how this framework may also be relevant when you're addressing animal-world relations and how they are mediated by technology. It certainly doesn't exclude that possibility, and sort of opens up that possibility, but it's not something that covered in the paper or in this presentation, but it's something that I actually have been working on.
All right, thank you, Koen, and thank you for staying with us longer than planned, than originally planned. Thank you for a few hours that you've been. Thanks. So let's break for, you can stay with us for the rest of the afternoon if you like. I mean, it's up to you. Yeah. All right. No problem. No problem. So let's break for 15 minutes. Let's start at 4:15.
No, it's a lot more reasons. Not just this one. Yes. Okay.
All right. So, permettez-moi de vous présenter Lisa Roux, who is somewhere in the back, right? And I'm not able to pronounce your last name, Timothée Veaskaz.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Right. All the way from the Pyrenees, Gasconia, right? All the way here in Prague, with the talk on frugal science. Floor is yours.
I would start to remind you that this work is due to Lisa Roux, and I'm only the speaker because for some reason she could not speak with you today. I know it's unusual and maybe a little bit unfortunate, but I will try my best to present her work. To begin with, I would like to describe briefly the current situation of our dominant practices regarding technology. It is often said that since World War II, we have entered the techno-scientific era. But what is technoscience? I'm referring to the work of historian Dominique Pestre, who have directed a collective book about the history of science and techniques. He explains that the advent of technoscience is the last part of the evolution of modern science. Modern science can be described by 4 criteria, which are all interconnected, as you will see. The control experiment became central to the production of knowledge instead of observation of the natural environment. Knowledge is produced using machines in laboratory, which induces co-fabrication of science and technique. Science became directly produced in a utilitarian perspective. The scientific reasoning does not aim to understand the world, nature, and phenomena, but to mathematize the environment in order to master it. And fourth, since science must be useful, it must be used to produce something, some new techniques. It can, thus, must be exploited to gain power. Political leaders began to provide fundings to boost the scientific development, which value depends on its potential to offer economic or military benefits. Technoscience is a certain form of modern science. The scientific production is now directly devoted to industrial production. That is, it is organized with the aim of, to produce technical innovation that could be taken up industrially. It seems to me that we can see here why technoscience seems to frequently conflict with environmental ethics. In environmental ethics, theoreticians try to develop an ethics able to get away from the anthropocentric gaze to think our responsibility towards non-human beings, such as living individuals, species, or ecosystems. Yet, technosciences, which development is centered on an increased mastery of nature and focused on the industrial production, seems deeply anthropocentric, nation-centered and productivist in the frame of international competition and liberal capitalism. Thus, in this context, science does not aim, or in a very little minority, for understanding non-human beings in order to respect their rhythms and spaces, but to seek how to use them to foster industrial production, thus how to conquer them. So if we want to take environmental ethics into account and rethink our limits, because this is the main problem there, I mean, putting limits to our extension, to respect and preserve the rhythm and space, I think we first have to rethink our relationship to science and technology to move from the era of technoscience to the era of frugal science. I say frugal science here because at this point, the concept of frugality seems fruitful to me. I would like to define it precisely because it is often used, but not always in the same meaning according to different authors. To properly understand what we are talking about, I would first like to define a concept that hopefully everyone here is familiar with, but unfortunately is often, I believe, distorted, which is sufficiency. Sufficiency is most commonly used today to refer to practices of resource restriction and is part of a desire to challenge consumer society. According to Thomas Princeton, the pursuit of sufficiency breaks away from the productivist logic that seeks to maximize production in order to focus on what is enough. The goal is to establish the foundations of a new economy that is rational and moral. What was previously considered a personal ethic of mastering one's desire now carries a higher ethical dimension and can take on a collective scale. In the IPCC's sixth assessment report, sufficiency is defined as a set of daily measures and practices that avoid demand for energy, materials, land, and water, while delivering human well-being for all within planetary boundaries. In summary, while efficiency mainly concerns equipment and studies the technical means and innovations that could be implemented to optimize the resource consumed in order to provide a similar or higher level of service or final consumption, sufficiency refers to behaviors and lifestyle choices aimed at reducing consumption. When it comes to sufficiency, it appears that two paths are possible. It can be voluntary and thus bring happiness, but it can also be forced. According to the IPCC, these two levels, efficiency and sufficiency, are complementary and necessary because while it is essential to improve the efficiency of techniques and devices used to reduce the carbon footprint of human activities, it is insufficient. Not only does it fail to sufficiently reduce resource and energy expenses in line with past international recommendations and agreements, but it could also have inverse effects. The rebound effects often undermine the proposed solution to reduce ecological, social, or economical impacts. Now, what is frugality? At first glance, this word seems almost synonymous with sufficiency. However, it is used in distinct senses. I will briefly present the first one, which is part of the growth logic. For example, the company Renault is often cited as a pioneer in frugal innovation due to the development of its Dacia models. It is clear that this cannot be considered sufficiency in the context of mobility, since it would involve doing away with individual cars. On the contrary, the development of the Dacia models aimed to expand Renault offering and enable them to reach new markets. These models, designed with local resource and local labor, are much cheaper and can be offered at 5,000 euros. The representation of frugality by these companies seemed to align with the second principle of frugal innovation as described by Raju and Prabhu, which is doing more with less. Their analysis is based on the Indian concept of jugaad. They define it as an innovative, improvised solution born out of ingenuity and intelligence. It aims at establishing a faster, more efficient, and less costly innovation system. It involves tinkering, recycling, and creatively and originally using products designed by wealthy countries. In such countries, jugaad would consist in reducing complexity at all levels of the company, thus enabling it to produce less uniform, more functional, resource-efficient, and cheaper goods. The aim should be simplicity, flexible thinking, and action, in order to offer the poorest classes not degraded versions of products targeted at the upper classes, but to consider them as customers whose needs should be met on an equal basis. It is therefore about finding new solutions adapted to the specific constraints posed by this market. The advantage, of course, is that it promotes a form of social justice as it aims to adapt to the constraint of the most disadvantaged population to meet their needs. However, this approach is always driven by a desire for growth, with companies trying to increase their profits. Interviews conducted by Wegeningen and Oerstad show that sustainability can be an effect of frugal innovation, but it is not necessarily nor the case or the objective. Thus, frugal innovations such as the portable ultrasound device Vscan or the Tata Ace mini truck aim to satisfy demands at reduced prices in the Chinese and Indian markets, respectively, and were not driven by ecological considerations. However, we can still consider the three criteria defined by Wegeningen and Oerstad to define frugal innovation. First, this approach must enable substantial cost reduction. It should focus on core functionalities, and it should offer an optimized level of performance. They, Raju and Prabhu also described the Mythical, a fridge. This is interesting because it could be part of the other version of frugality that I will explain in a few moments. It is a clay refrigerator that operates through water evaporation and is designed for a region in India without access to electricity. Priced 60% lower than the average electric appliances. Now, let's move to the second approach of frugality that interests us a little bit more here. The CNRS, the National Center for Scientific Research in France, also focuses on frugal innovation, which consists of an approach centered around simple, low-cost, ingenious solutions, coupled with a sober strategy, meaning an approach based on more moderate consumer behaviors. In this regard, the CNRS cites the implementation of low-tech approaches, the use of biosourced, biodegradable, or reusable sensors, the development of devices, methods, and algorithms that are less energy and resource intensive, more sustainable and recyclable. Several projects have been recognized as frugal innovation and received support from the CNRS, such as El Dorado, a project developing low-tech electrochemical sensors from organic waste to monitor water pollution in the Amazon. Thus, frugality conceived within an ecological approach refers to an innovation that satisfies local needs with, while achieving substantial cost savings in terms of design, production, and even usage, through the implementation of simple and ingenious techniques, and obviously resource efficient, with the aim of economizing material and energy. The idea here is not to consider sufficiency as an individual aesthetic attitude that require personal discipline, effort, and sacrifice. Instead, it is about joyfully moving towards simpler way of life, not seen as regression, but as new development. This involves thinking and creating alternative modes of organization, inventing new techniques, or investing in neglected techniques to intelligently reduce the energy footprint of different communities without experiencing it as deprivation. Technology is thus used in the service of a sufficiency-oriented societal project to make it fulfilling. Serge Latouche explained that while the rehabilitation of sufficiency as an individual self-limitation approach may resonate with the degrowth movement, it retains an ambiguity as it remains confined to a quantitative calculation and therefore remains within the framework of economic rationality. However, he theorizes that frugality as a truly emancipatory degrowth approach sorry. Okay, so as a truly emancipatory degrowth approach, it involves not only reducing quantity, but improving quality. If frugal abundance seems paradoxical, it is precisely because it breaks away from the contemporary model that is so challenging to overcome. It describes a radical, different way of being and forming society, which requires a complete reform of the system, and for that, innovation. Frugal innovation in this sense entails the total reconstruction of an autonomous and degrowth-oriented society and revolves around 8 interdependent axes. The 8 R's: re-evaluate, reconceptualize, restructure, relocalize, redistribute, reduce, reuse, and recycle. This degrowth perspective should be based on the principles of giving and conviviality, reciprocity, knowledge sharing, love, etc. In this regard, it is understood that the ethical application and dissemination of care represent a frugal innovation. Research and development should be redirected towards these new aspirations. This perspective aligned with the etymological meaning frugality, which consists of being content with little because the community has reorganized itself to make it enjoyable and joyful. The approach of Alain Bornarel, Dominique Gauzin-Muller, and Philippe Madec in the field of architecture, presenting frugality as an alternative to technocratic, productivist, energy and resource-wasting visions of all kinds, seems to fit into this dynamic. They propose an harmonious and creative frugality as opposed to the imposed sufficiency of reducing resource consumption for the entire population by encouraging individual behavior changes. Following Yamina Saheb's statement that sufficiency as advocated by French energy experts would trigger an unprecedented social crisis if implemented by public authorities, the 3 authors advocate for a happy frugality, anchored in a desire for equitable development, aiming to collectively rethink the organization of production and consumption, recycling, mobility, and habitation, to promote local developments by combining usage sufficiency and technical efficiency. While sufficiency as defined by scientific bodies like the IPCC is not limited to an individual approach, it can be reduced to such in certain discourses. Therefore, it is to break away from these representations that frugal science can serve this social project. It designates a scientific approach to the territory and strategic and clever technical choices, combining a holistic view with attention to detail that are made to accompany consumption reduction. Frugal science would thus be oriented in both its methodology and its outputs by a new ethics, calling for prioritizing solidarity over competition, developing a cooperative and social economy, emphasizing shared and reasonable usage and mutualization over possession, privatization, and waste. Its aim would be to promote sustainable human well-being concerning all humans in a pursuit of equality and justice. Regarding builders, this means acting on 4 aspects simultaneously. Frugality in energy by promoting natural ventilation, passive cooling and thermal inertia. In materials by using biosourced insulation. In technicality by using easily repairable or reusable devices, and taking into account the territory's context with close dialogue with residents studying the territory specificities, culture, soil, water. This would be a collective and inclusive approach to sufficiency focused on equity. Frugality could require rehabilitating the concept of bioregion, employing biomorphism or biomimicry, promoting circularity, and breaking away from the excessive quantification logic of the market in favor of a sufficiency approach. For some, frugality was part of a green growth approach, or sometimes simply a search for new markets. For others, it is instead an attempt to support the sufficiency movement with a desire to return to the essentials without giving up on development. But by rethinking its objectives in light of the ecological and economic situation, social justice issues, etc. Sufficiency would primarily involve individual behavior of self-limitation in consumption, while frugality would denote a creative and innovative approach seeking to reduce costs, economical, ecological, or both of them, while providing a robust product that meets local needs. Thus, frugality is more aligned with an innovative mindset. It appears now that, depending on one's interpretation of frugality, it may be seen as a collective facilitation approach characterized by solidarity, inclusion, and equity, and thus would be necessary to facilitate sufficiency, making it happy and just. And that's the end of the presentation. If you have some question, I will try my best to answer it, but since I'm not the authors, that may be not so easy.
All right, let's see. Let's see. Give him hell. All right.
Thank you, Tim. It was really interesting. My question just relates to the point in your presentation where you mentioned care ethics, and it was quite quick, so I would love to hear a little bit more, so how you see the connection between the idea of frugality and the proposals in terms of care ethics, basically, where yeah, I'm just to add, I'm aware of the application of care ethics in animal ethics, so that there is this framework of kind of thinking about the relational subjectivity and having the relational concept of the self in animal ethics and including all the principles of care ethics there. But I like very much the idea of care ethics being somehow fruitful for the idea of frugality. So if you could expand on that for me, for us.
I was so expecting that question. That was the first question I was expecting. So, then you were right. Yeah. The idea, I will try to explain how I think care ethics is a frugal innovation, if it suits you. The idea is that frugal innovation is to make the consumption reduction more happy and more joyful, more equitable. And since I believe that we humans are mainly based around social interaction, this is what we are looking for, this is the way we work together, this is the way we invent and evolve. I think social interactions are the main reason we live and we enjoy living. So to facilitate the consumption reduction, I think frugal innovation has to base itself a lot on social interactions. And in this regard, I think that the care ethics, which is centered around social interactions and taking care of the people around you, so at the local scale, not only at the local scale, but also at a local scale, I think it fits very well into the frugal innovation and the frugal society. Regarding the I wish I would have. Well, regarding the question of non-human beings, I think we simply, well, how can I say that? Frugal innovation obviously is not about privileging, putting humanity first and non-human seconds. When I say it should promote a good life for all beings on the planet, I of course do not consider only human. So it's just that the presentation is focused on these issues.
Thanks. So techno-optimists among us are of an opinion that some of the major challenges facing the Earth might be solved by some major technological advances, carbon capture, nuclear fusion energy, and so on.
Yeah.
None of these major projects are really frugal in your sense of the word.
No,
Do you see a major tension there, or how?
Yeah, you're right. They are not part of the frugal innovation systems. Although, let it be clear that I do not advocate for a fully frugal science system. Okay, the idea is that today technoscience is mainly going toward a more sophisticated and complex production of science and industrial products. And the idea is to find a different way, not exclusive to a complex and sophisticated science, but a complementary way to facilitate sufficiency. In this regard, I understand and I know the perspective that you are talking about, but I don't think they will manage to support the sufficiency initiative. And it may even, and they are really prompt to the rebound effect, where more easily available energy may lead to more consumption. And so a problem that looks like it has been solved may be not solved. Yes.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I really loved it, and it sounds for me like a great world if it would be like this. In my free time, I'm involved with some low-tech cooperative collectives where we try to do things like this. And the main challenge we encounter there, or at least I encounter, is that people don't they often need to learn how other technologies, for instance, works. And it's really convenient if you have everything set up and it's super fancy and it works. So I'm having a bit of a question on the practical side. Do you have any idea how to get people actually involved, that they start to act and not only listen?
In the frugal societal project.
What kind of skills would you ask of people, and how would you ensure that they free up the time, for instance, to get the right skills?
Again, I believe that social interaction is a great motor for bringing people together, well, obviously, but making them interact and develop a new way of building things or crafting things. So I guess the first step is to maybe sometimes force people to be together on a local scale to generate this kind of initiative. The idea is that if we need, because I think we need to implement sufficiency, there's a way where we can use this implementation not only to restrict energy consumption, but also to bring people together in collective infrastructures, and by the use of this forced meeting, which can also be used for exercising democracy, we can bring people together and create some initiative. Regarding skills, the necessary skill to put this in place, I don't have a specific answer to give you. I suppose this is something that that needs to be I don't think I'm going to find a translation for this French word, but no, I'm sorry. Sorry.
This is
the limit of.
Yeah, the first part of the answer was already really helpful, so thank you.
All right. So, yeah, we should. Oh, really? I think that we should proceed to the next one, though. So if it's really.
Okay, well, fair. I mean, in a way, I wanted to ask about low tech as well. So thank you for answering this. So very quickly, I was also wondering if you could unpack a little more the relationship between frugality and degrowth, and how these two relate to one another. You mentioned degrowth, so I'm just wondering how interrelated they are. As
the idea of frugality is to meet people's needs with in a different way than before, and to ease the implementation of sufficiency. And in this way, it's a way to degrowth. But there's also the question of frugal science and how it can bring some degrowth. The idea I presented at the beginning of technoscience being constructed with industrial production is that industry are on a perpetual race against each other. Company tries to find new products with new features that's usually are not necessary, but anyway they try to bring some new features so customers buy new products they invented and not the one of the competition. And so the idea of going into frugal science is a way, because industry and science are co-constructed, if science goes into a more frugal science, it will mechanically, I believe, slow the possibilities of industry going into this race of always going on to more detailed and sophisticated features. So the idea is that if you have products that are not racing the race of complexity and sophistication, customers will also buy less often such products, and mechanically you will, I think, reduce consumption. Because again, the whole point is about core features. Well, not the whole point, but part of the point is about core features. And if you have something that delivers on this core feature and there's nothing more to add because you are, this is a frugal innovation, then you don't need to buy a new product unless the last one is broken. There are some interview with a French industrial representative explaining how industry have to design, produce, and sell a product within a 2 years frame, because they need to race to go on that race with other competitors, and there's a realization that the customer will not replace its old product because it is broken, but because there's new features in the new products.
No, that's fair. I was, in a way, I'm just asking if it's sort of asking to solve the capitalism problem by definition, and that's sort of like an unsolvable problem in a way.
Yeah, fine.
All right, thank you, Timothy. Not bad, given that you didn't write the talk. So let's give floor to our last speaker, last but not least, Dan Zimmer, all the way from California, Stanford, California. The swords of Damocles. Swords of Damocles.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. It should be happening? Okay. You got it? Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Well, who's this guy? Yeah, not to get ahead of myself here. Thanks everyone for sticking around to the last presentation. Thanks very much to the organizers for putting on this timely event. Like I said, I'm Dan Zimmer, and we just learned about ways to end consumerism. I'm going to talk about the origins of consumerism. So with that, let's begin. In 1961, US President John F. Kennedy stood before the United Nations General Assembly to declare, as he had been declaring, quote, "Today, every inhabitant of this planet must contemplate the day when this planet may no longer be habitable. Every man, woman, and child lives under a nuclear sword of Damocles, hanging by the slenderest of threads, capable of being cut at any moment by accident, miscalculation, or madness. The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us," end quote. Today, as we contemplate the question of whether or not technology can save the planet, I believe that it is crucial to keep in mind that we are far from the first to be forced to contemplate the day when this planet may no longer be habitable. My talk will explore a few ways that the legacy of Kennedy's nuclear sword of Damocles may influence past and present questions about the role technology can play in sustaining or destroying planetary habitability. It consists of 3 parts. It's going to be so cool with multimedia. The sound system works. Anyway, I'm glad it got some use. So it consists of 3 parts. The first will address the composition of the nuclear sword of Damocles, foregrounding its underappreciated economic components. The second will consider some of the psychopolitical consequences of being exposed to this apparatus. And the third will try to apply some of these lessons to contemporary plans to combat global warming through solar geoengineering. By way of a disclaimer up front, I should note that I will be drawing most of my examples from the United States, but I believe that many of my main points may be more broadly applicable to a European context as well. So for part 1, let's begin at the beginning. 2,400 years ago in the ancient city of Syracuse. It was here that the paranoid tyrant Dionysius took issue with one of his court flatterers, a man by the name of Damocles, when he praised the tyrant for his power and wealth and claimed that Dionysius must truly be the happiest man alive. The tyrant then asked Damocles if he would like to experience a taste of this happiness. The Roman statesman Cicero recounts what happened next, writing, quote, "When Damocles said that he should like it extremely, Dionysius ordered him to be laid on a bed of gold with the most beautiful covering, embroidered and wrought with the most exquisite work, and he dressed out a great many sideboards with silver and embossed gold. There were ointments and garlands, perfumes were burned, tables provided with most exquisite meats. Damocles thought himself very happy. In the midst of this apparatus, Dionysius ordered a bright sword to be let down from the ceiling, suspended by a single horsehair, so as to hang over the head of that happy man. After this, Damocles neither cast his eye on the well-wrought plate nor touched any of the provisions. Presently the garland fell to pieces. At last he entreated the tyrant to give him leave to go, saying that he now had no longer any desire to be happy," end quote. As you can see from this story, the sword of Damocles comprised not just 2 components, but 3. The blade, the thread, and, just as importantly, the bed of gold beneath. Each of these bear direct analogy to the nuclear situation established by the United States in the 1950s. Firstly, and most obviously, there's the bright sword itself. This was forged from uranium, plutonium, and deuterium into an American arsenal that by the mid-1960s contained over 30,000 nuclear weapons. Then there's the horsehair thread that suspended the blade. Here too, the analogy is obvious, and in this case takes the form of the launch on warning nuclear command and control systems that hang by a hair trigger. Lastly, there is the part of the sword of Damocles that Kennedy did not mention, namely the bed of gold piled with exquisite luxuries. This ad actually appears 2 pages later in the same Life magazine that first showed a color image of the hydrogen bomb. So this is precisely the sort of consumer paradise that we're building. As you recall from Cicero's story, the bed of gold played an integral role in the lesson that the original sword of Damocles was meant to impart. Indeed, Cicero only recounted the story of Damocles to underscore his own rhetorical point that, quote, there can be no happiness for one for whom terror is always impending, end quote. This is important because the luxuries piled on the bed of gold proved to be an integral part of the American nuclear sword of Damocles as well. Having cost roughly $7 trillion to date, it is easy to see America's nuclear arsenal as a great source of expense. It might surprise some of you, therefore, to learn that the United States initially manufactured the means to potentially destroy the human habitability of the planet as a cost-cutting measure. It was not inevitable that, having invented the atom bomb, the United States would proceed to develop the hydrogen bomb, nor inevitable that, having developed the hydrogen bomb, the United States would begin to mass produce it by the tens of thousands. Instead, as historians have noted, when facing a Cold War of potentially indefinite duration, the Eisenhower administration in the 1950s feared that excessive military spending during peacetime could prove just as lethal to American freedoms and economic dynamism as military defeat in wartime. Thermonuclear weapons offered what seemed like a deus ex machina at a time when, in the words of the so-called father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller, the European, quote, the European nations and the United States were unwilling to commit the exceptionally great funds that would have been required to counterbalance the Soviet tank force with tanks, end quote. Not only did each of these new hydrogen bombs detonate with as much as 1,000 times the yield of the device that leveled Hiroshima, but they derived most of that force not from precious uranium or plutonium, but the fusion of readily available hydrogen. As an administration official explained at the time, quote, one can immediately see the great gain in economy over the primitive Hiroshima bomb. We can get over our 20 megatons at the bargain basement price of $250,000. The same size of explosion with TNT could cost tens of billions of dollars, exclamation point, end quote. In case anyone may be wondering, this is indeed where the American phrase getting more bang from the buck comes from. According to the US Secretary of State, relying on the deterrent threat of mass thermonuclear retaliation offered what he termed the modern way of getting maximum protection at a bearable cost. But of course, cost cutting was not an end in and of itself. When justifying this new policy of massive nuclear retaliation to the American people, Eisenhower explained, quote, our approach to a position of military preparedness now makes it possible for the United States to turn more of its attention to a sustained improvement of national living standards. The sustained economic growth is necessary to the welfare and indeed the survival of America and the free world, end quote. True to his word, Eisenhower used the resulting defense savings to embark on a socially transformative domestic project, including the Federal Highway Act of 1956 and the Federal Housing Act of 1954. As has been well documented, these and similar policies helped to radically reshape the United States into a highly suburbanized consumer society, enjoying luxuriant living standards never before achieved on a mass scale. By 1970, American rates of car ownership, fossil fuel use, and solid waste production had more than doubled. American GDP per capita, already the highest in the world, rose by an additional 60%. This period of rapidly expanding economic growth and concomitant resource use has aptly been termed the Great Acceleration. Sprawling suburbs unfolded in a dreamscape of limitless consumption served up on a bed of gold. By the end of the 1950s, the components of the nuclear sword of Damocles were in place. By suspending the blade of massive thermonuclear retaliation over the golden bed of suburban mass consumption, the leadership of the United States had succeeded in jeopardizing all life on Earth for the sake of a high national living standard. With that, let us now turn to part 2 and consider what some of the psychological consequences of living beneath the nuclear sword of Damocles may have been. Recall, the historical sword of Damocles was designed as a weapon of psychological torture. What was it like for that first generation to experience the unprecedented material luxury of 1950s suburban consumer culture at the cost of total exposure to world-ending violence? Writing in 1965, the great American critic Susan Sontag vividly observed how, quote, one gets the feeling that a mass trauma exists over the use of nuclear weapons and the possibility of future nuclear wars. From now on to the end of human history, every person will spend his entire life under the threat not only of individual death, which is certain, but of something almost unsupportable psychologically, collective incineration and extinction, which could come at any time, virtually without warning. Ours is indeed an age of extremity, for we live under continued threat of two equally fearful but seemingly opposed destinies, unremitting banality and inconceivable terror, end quote. Given the scale of the mass trauma of nuclear terror, there turned out to be remarkably little psychological research conducted on the subject. The American military commissioned several large studies in secret for civil defense purposes. However, most of the civilian researchers who approached nuclear issues soon abandoned the topic because of the psychic strain that it caused them personally. Those few who persisted, however, converged on a couple key themes. Firstly, and perhaps most unsurprisingly, researchers reported a pervasive sense of futurelessness among those they studied. This futurelessness seemed to manifest most acutely in children and adolescents who resented being asked what they wanted to be when they grew up on the assumption that they would no longer grow up at all. Relatedly, researchers found futurelessness accompanied by what a 1983 study called, quote, a need to live in the present with the nuclear threat contributing to teenagers' tendencies towards impulsivity and immediacy in personal relationships and behavior, end quote. The child psychologist Sybil Escalona found that those she researched tended increasingly towards, in her words, focusing on the here and now and declining to invest energy and self-control in the attainment of distant goals, end quote. And yet, whether or not they expected the future to ever arrive, few of these young people fully gave up on life. As the psychologist Robert J. Lifton noted at the time, quote, we recognize in children, as in ourselves, a double life, children preparing for adult life, studying and imagining marrying and having children of their own, but in another part of their minds, doubting that this will ever come to pass, end quote. In sum, the situation cultivated not only futurelessness, but with it a tendency to eschew long-term planning in favor of immediate gratification in a strange dual-track existence that was split between banality and terror and lived in constant expectation of being cut short. Lifton coined the term psychic numbing to describe the resulting syndrome. This numbing amounted to a sort of acquired ignorance that permitted people to function on a daily basis by putting the prospect of annihilation firmly out of mind. Using the terms developed earlier, we could say that this numbing arose as the result of building up the mass of psychic scar tissue required to keep the glint of the blade overhead out of view and attempt to enjoy the bed of gold underneath. The chief problem with psychic numbing, according to Lifton, is that it is ultimately a degenerative disease. In this case, the scar tissue that forms to insulate a particularly sharp psychic wound tends to spread, deadening as it goes. This sense of creeping numbing began to gather growing attention in the early 1980s. In his 1982 study, The Fate of the Earth, anti-nuclear political theorist Jonathan Schell observed with particular clarity how, when confronted by nuclear precarity, quote, we are encouraged not to tackle our predicament but to inure ourselves to it, to develop a special enfeebled vision which is capable of overlooking the hugely obvious, a special sluggish nervous system which is conditioned not to react even to the most extreme and urgent peril, and a special constricted mode of political thinking which is permitted to creep around the edges of the mortal crisis in the life of our species but never meet it head on. Before long, denial of reality becomes a habit, a dominant mode of life in our society, and unresponsiveness becomes a way of life. The society that has accepted the threat of its utter destruction soon finds it hard to react to lesser ills, end quote. 1982 also saw the aforementioned Escalona sum up her 2 decades of research into the nuclear futurelessness among children, writing, quote, growing up in a social environment that tolerates and ignores the risk of total destruction by means of voluntary human action tends to foster those patterns of personality functioning that can lead to a sense of powerlessness and cynical resignation. By the same token, the development of those characteristics that can generate and support future-oriented collective social action is made more difficult in the present social climate. In short, I believe that growing up fully aware that there may be no future and that the adult world seems unable to combat the threat can render the next generation less well-equipped to avert actual catastrophe than they would be if the same threat existed in a different social climate, end quote. If there's any validity to these observations, they suggest that those who came of age beneath the nuclear sword of Damocles and began to enter into positions of power in the 1980s may have been almost uniquely poorly equipped to respond proactively to the discovery of another existentially dire but temporally distant catastrophe on the horizon. Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. For part 3 of the talk, I would like to conclude by taking a brief look at how those raised beneath the nuclear sword of Damocles greeted the advent of global warming. Although the role that carbon dioxide plays in regulating Earth's temperature has been known since the 1890s, contemporary climate science only came of age with the rise of global weather monitoring and computer modeling in the 1970s. It was not until the 1980s that climate scientists felt sufficiently confident in their models to begin to voice the public alarm about looming global warming. This mounting chorus of concern came to a crescendo in 1988. It was during that year's unusually hot summer, if you heard about the Brundtland report earlier, that was one of the authors. It was during that year's unusually hot summer that the climate scientist James Hansen delivered his famous testimony to the US Congress, while over in Canada, a gathering of global leaders convened in Toronto for the landmark World Conference on the Changing Atmosphere. The then Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, opened this conference by famously declaring, quote, "As we near the end of the 20th century, humanity faces a crucial question. Will we devote our abilities, our energy, and our efforts to furthering short-term material well-being, or will we commit ourselves to enhancing life on planet Earth? For too long, we have neglected the fact that we have been playing lethal games with Earth's vital life support systems. Humanity is conducting an unintended, uncontrolled, and globally pervasive experiment whose ultimate consequences could be second only to a global nuclear war," end quote. These were dire warnings. However, in hindsight, they also look like a case of world historically bad timing. The Berlin Wall fell just a year later in 1989. As the Soviet Union disintegrated and the Cold War came to a close, with it, there was a pervasive sense of the nuclear threat retreating. By 1991, the elated editors of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists pushed the hands of their iconic doomsday clock all the way back to an unprecedented 17 minutes to midnight. For the first time, American consumers who had been living nuclear double lives for decades found themselves free to enjoy their beds of golden peace. What would happen if you were to tell such people, just as the terror began to abate, that they must now begin to concern themselves with a new threat whose ultimate consequences could be second only to a global nuclear war, as Brundtland put it, but would fall mostly on the grandchildren that they had never expected to have? Worse, imagine telling these people that the cause of this new threat was precisely the luxuriant, materially profligate, energy-intensive consumer lifestyles that they had hoped would finally make them happy now that the nuclear terror had receded. As early as 1995, the aforementioned Lifton began to observe what he termed, quote, "a merging of nuclear fear with other apocalyptic threats such as environmental destruction and global warming," end quote. Should any of these consumers have opted to ignore the new apocalyptic threat of global warming, they would have already had decades of experience putting such inconvenient truths about the precarity of their situation out of mind. To be clear, I do not bring all this up to in any way exculpate those who could have done so much to mitigate global warming during the key decades of the 1990s and 2000s for their failures to do so. However, I think it's equally important for both historical and strategic reasons to recognize that the generation who first confronted global warming were not fresh-faced apocalyptic newcomers, but the psychically scarred survivors of decades of nuclear terror. If they greeted global warming with all the numbness, indifference, constricted thinking, affective unresponsiveness, and cynical resignation that Lifton, Shell, and Escalona might have feared, then we have a right to be disappointed but not surprised. Let me begin to wrap things up by addressing what some of this may mean for the present. This talk has tried to make the case that the consequences of long-term exposure to the nuclear swords of Damocles can help explain some of the shockingly numb and lethargic responses to the discovery of global warming. Since those initial failures of feeling, it has long been taken for granted that when a sufficiently large number of people begin to finally wake up from their stupor and take the crisis seriously, they will finally adopt the drastic changes needed to mitigate global warming. However, as you all know, those alive today have delayed far too long for mitigation efforts alone to keep the planet from warming by at least 2 degrees. Already, the early effects of warming have begun to have devastating impacts on those most vulnerable communities that are least responsible for causing the crisis. However, as the fires, floods, and heat waves of recent years reach increasingly into the lives of the wealthy, the denial and apathy of recent decades has begun to quickly give way to demands for immediate action. What forms might these actions take? Beginning in the mid-2000s, the ongoing failure of mitigation efforts began to lead to a resurgence of interest in technical geoengineering solutions that could help to slow, stall, or even reverse global warming. Some of these techniques, such as the unproven potential for carbon capture and storage at gigaton scales, are already built into the latest IPCC models as the only remaining way to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Other techniques, such as solar geoengineering, propose to reduce global temperatures by continually laying down a fine layer of reflective particles in the stratosphere. Advocates of solar geoengineering claim that their plans could cool the planet for fractions of a percentage point of the expected hundreds of trillions of dollars that will be required to implement mitigation, adaptation, and decarbonization strategies. Better yet, they also stand to offer the added benefit of decoupling global temperature from the composition of the atmosphere. This would in turn make it possible, in theory, to burn every last ounce of fossil fuel with relative impunity. One of the last survivors of the Eisenhower era, the aforementioned father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller, took acute interest in solar geoengineering for precisely these reasons, proposing in a 1998 op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, quote, "If the politics of global warming requires that something must be done, let us play to our uniquely American strengths in innovation and technology to offset any global warming by the least costly means possible," end quote. But not everyone has been so enthusiastic. Opponents of solar geoengineering strategies, such as the eminent physicist Raymond Pierre Hubert, point out that these schemes, while cost-effective, would be profoundly dangerous, masking the symptoms of warming rather than addressing the underlying causes. Stratospheric solar geoengineering schemes risk precipitating a sudden, sharp spike in temperature, the much-discussed termination shock, if they are ever abruptly curtailed. Pierre Humbert warns us that, quote, "The perilous state such schemes would put our Earth into is analogous to the fate of poor Damocles, cowering under the sword precariously suspended by a single thread," end quote. For my own part, I believe it would be deeply unwise to render the ongoing habitability of the planet subject to the workings of a complex technical system that could break down at any moment through accident, miscalculation, or madness. It would be even more mad to create such a system not out of existential necessity, but as the most cost-effective way to perpetuate ecologically unsustainable forms of mass consumer society. And yet, if you belong to a nation that has already purchased its incredible prosperity at the cost of total precarity, how much easier might it be to strike this bargain a second time if you've already long since learned to live like there's no tomorrow? And so, by way of conclusion, a word of warning. Do not discount the appeal that solar geoengineering strategies may have for members of mass consumer societies. If the leadership of the United States, in particular, were to try to secure their country's continued economic growth by dimming the sun, this would only be the second time in living memory that they have knowingly placed all life on Earth in jeopardy for reasons of economic expediency. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Questions, comments?
If no one wants to be the person who keeps everyone here after the conference was supposed to have ended, I will not blame you.
We will give you 5 more minutes because you started a little bit later, right? So, yeah. Oh, so I think Dan was the first.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I also heard you say this in part of Pizza last week, and so I've had time to think about it a little bit. And I think the framing is, I really think it's a very important reminder about that. These are not in many ways not new, but I guess the more I thought about it, the more I want to know exactly which generation you mean, because. Of course I wasn't there, but the Cold War goes through significant ups and downs and coolings and thaws, and I get the sense that, fears of the kind of real sense that nuclear annihilation might happen is strongest kind of in the 50s and the 80s, is broadly my sense. But for example, you also have the generations which, the civil rights generations, the 1968 generations, which seem, plausibly to be invested in some kind of future, right? They're not particularly futureless. So I'm kind of wondering, if you're if there's a lot being kind of telescoped here, or if you really do effectively mean people who grew up in the 1950s and who were then, the age to be in power in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Great question. You're right about 2 things. One, there's a ton of work that's being telescoped here, so a lot of nuance has been left on the cutting room floor, but also that there is this interestingly cyclical intergenerational element, that it was the 1950s and early 1960s when there was a lot of public discussion of kind of the terror that the bomb was inflicting, the bomb, as the boomer generation called it. And then this weird resurgence of about 5 years in the 1980s, when people once again took to the streets, there were mass protests and a lot of kind of public anxiety about nuclear weapons. And then I think we can see that kind of analogously returning with Extinction Rebellion and similar things in the last few years. And I don't claim that this explains everything by any means, but I think that there's a way in which every generation seems to rediscover that, wow, for no really good reason, I and everyone that I know and love and most of life on Earth could be killed at any moment. And that's just an insane thing to add to the human condition, just like total universal precarity and exposure to world-ending violence. And then they rebel against their extinction, and then to date, they've all failed. And then they seem to acquire what I tried to diagnose, some of these coping mechanisms for just learning not to think about it and trying to ignore it. And so one of my points is that once you transition to global warming, you can't ignore it in the way that you used to be able to, because everyone has ignored nuclear weapons. They will remain in their silos. But fires, floods, etc., are beginning to actually impinge on people's lives. So I think that those have been the dynamics up until this point, but they might be quite different going forward.
Thanks, this was very lovely. So one can, I feel like one can ask almost the opposite question to the narrative that you were posing, that is the sort of end of the nuclear threat and the beginning of sort of inability to grasp the new era. And that is one thing that people from 50s onwards got used to, is that large portion of the state budget goes to a completely senseless adventurist policy that never really comes to any fruition. And if by the beginning of the end of the Cold War, the government just 1/2 of that sum directs to a sort of more purposeful activity toward the future, would citizens really be that much objecting to the redirecting of the funds which were lost anyway?
So if they were to redirect money from defense spending... Well, in an American...
some reasonably good justification of this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be very in favor of that. Other people would just rather have that money given back to them in tax cuts, so they can drive their even larger trucks with even cheaper gas. But at the same time, you say that it never came to fruition. I think one of the things that I try and stress is that causing terror was the purpose of these weapons, and that the non-event of nuclear war is to some extent a sign of the success and that they worked as they were supposed to, because everyone was so terrified that they didn't move for fear of bringing the nuclear sword of Damocles down on their heads. So this also has important ramifications for how we address global warming, because of this highly conservative function of the nuclear sword of Damocles, which basically gives you a veto power to destroy the world if people are going to change it to such a degree that you would rather die than live in the world that they're trying to create. So these things do have surprising power, even if they aren't ever launched, which is why $7 trillion might not seem like a bad investment for some people. Yeah, those are great questions. And Ukraine provides a nice counterexample to some things I've been claiming, precisely because the average age in the American Senate is 65. Joe Biden is 80. These people it's a gerontocracy. They're gerontocrats. They're old rulers. And they're so old that they actually do have this terror of nuclear weapons because they were raised in that kind of first paroxysm of panic of the 1950s. So precisely because there's been a lot of the worst nuclear threats that have been issued by a country other than the United States since the 1960s, with Putin claiming that he would respond to threats by going nuclear, did cause, I think, a lot of potentially salutary caution on the part of the Biden administration, and caused them to rein in military advisors who are from several generations younger, who think, we're spending all this money, we now have the sufficiently sophisticated command and control systems to wage tactical nuclear war, we should do it. We should stop those columns going into Kiev with a small tactical nuke, for instance. So nuclear fear can also have a valuable self-restraining elements, and that is one area in which I'm glad that the American president is super old, because they actually were aware of how dire this is compared to some of the younger, particularly congressional Republicans. And then AI as an existential risk. I likewise am not staying up at night because of fears of artificial superintelligence taking over the planet, converting it into paper clips, or paving it under solar panels. But the way in which artificial intelligence is being incorporated into nuclear command and control systems is quite alarming. I've met people in the American Air Force who really view the next war, because what we've had is a compression of time in warfighting over the course of the 20th century. The Schlieffen Plan invading Belgium because Germany didn't think it would have time to mobilize on two fronts. Second World War, they thought that planes would, bomb their enemies into submission within hours. Thermonuclear war, a half hour. But now there's a sense that with new ICBMs and having artificial intelligence in the loop, the time has been compressed to such an infinitesimal window that you basically need to offload all of the major decision-making to AI systems. And given the dozens of documented, already known moments when the nuclear sword of Damocles nearly snapped, and if anyone works with AI systems, you know how buggy they are and roll out, and how, especially if you're doing machine learning, you don't actually know what the capability overhang is and what's going on under the hood. That is a way in which it could be an existential threat. If it forces some sort of command and control arms race to incorporate more and better AI so that you don't have someone move first against you. And a thanks to the organizers as well for putting on this wonderful